So good morning, everybody, Excellencies, distinguished representatives, colleagues, a very warm welcome to you all. We are Federica de Gaetano and I'm Bruce Campbell. We're both food security rural expert at the Italian Agency for Development and Cooperation, and I'm Senior Policy Advisor for Food Security at SEC in Switzerland. In our capacity as co-chairs of the Global Donor Platform, we would like to thank all the participants here today who are joining us in person here in Brussels, but also everyone online for this 2025 Annual General Assembly. We have a rich and compact programme ahead of us today and an excellent lineup of speakers to today's discussions. Now, besides the Secretariat of the GDPRD, who have undertaken so much to organise today's events, I would also just like to recognise Jim Woodhall, who will be moderating a number of today's sessions, and whom you'll see quite a bit. However, I would also just like to extend a very special thanks to our colleagues at the European Commission, who are generously hosting today's event, and we're delighted to have such a close cooperation with them. This Annual General Assembly, or AGA, comes at a very critical moment for development cooperation. In a few years, in just a few years, where we know where things have evolved to an incredible degree, and in ways we did not always entirely anticipate. Global divides are very quickly deepening, and trust in institutions is under strain. The functionality of many of our well-known international mechanisms for coordination and coordinated action are in doubt, and development finance is increasingly stretched. ODA in real terms has continued to shrink in 2025, and if we're honest, is set to contract again in 2026. The COVID pandemic and the war on Ukraine have revealed just how cross-linked our world actually is. Agri-food systems emerged as a case in point, and for a brief moment became a very high priority for governments. However, the spikes in financing were mostly directed at short-term crisis management and domestic priorities. And ever since, the world has continued to change, and funding for long-term programs has shrunk. Meanwhile, by some estimates, suboptimal food systems are currently accumulating some $12 trillion per year in hidden costs, be that malnutrition or food insecurity or extensive greenhouse gas emissions. On top of this, 30% of the world's population cannot afford a healthy diet, and agriculture is not providing sustainable or prosperous livelihoods. This all sounds like gloom and doom, but it is fortunately not all bad news. Exactly through these gaps do agri-food systems offer also opportunities for positive transformation. And with the right financial support and political will, this can happen. With the right support, be that financial or political, agri-food systems could in fact be a very powerful engine of economic growth and environmental protection. Possible outcomes could be poverty reduction and improved national security. Importantly, I think we're beginning to see this recognition taking hold among major financial institutions as well.
This meeting is being recorded.
The World Bank's AgriConnect initiative, which will bring significant new resources into agriculture, and the Asian Development Bank's recent reforms both signal a shift. Agri-food systems are no longer just being treated as a marginal sector, but as a strategic driver of development. This also suggests that there is a substantial space for agri-food systems to take a far more prominent role within the global development and finance architecture, along with other topics such as natural risk management and water stewardship. The momentum is building, but the broader donor community must also be ready to position itself to reinforce and align with this shift. Particularly if we can plot paths to unlock private finance for such transformation, it will be possible to accomplish quite a lot in a relatively short time frame. There's a lot to explore, and this is one of the things which makes the GDPRD so relevant as a platform. Over the last years, the platform has convened some outstanding work in various areas, be that catalytic finance, youth-led entrepreneurship, and development and employment in food systems, or land governance. And we are set to explore new topics such as artificial intelligence for data management and decision-taking. So watch this space. And at that, I hand this over the floor over to my colleague, Federica.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you again for participating in the annual General Assembly, which this year has its theme in investing in the future of agri-food system challenges. This makes us to rethink traditional ODA models and explore the full potential of development finance in shaping more resilient, inclusive food system. Through the day, we will focus on how to harness the power of development finance to overcome challenges and seize opportunities. We will hear from experts who are at the forefront of innovative financing approaches, including blended finance, impact investing, a new form of partnership between governments, financial institutions, and private sector. A central focus will be how financing solutions can be better tailored to meet the needs of farmers, particularly smallholders who often face the greatest barriers to accessing capital. How can we ensure that financing mechanisms are accessible, sustainable, and capable of building long-term resilience? Moving to the afternoon, we will also hear directly from youth representatives, a timely reminder that young people are not only key stakeholders, but the future of rural development. As donors and development partners, we must use this moment to reflect critically on how we are delivering and deploying ODA. With only an estimate $20–30 billion per year of ODA directed to agri-food system, greater convergence of policy and harmonization of strategy is essential. Every dollar must be and become catalytic. ODA has traditionally meant highly concessional finance, such as grant and low-interest loans. But today, the landscape is shifting as MDBs and DFIs increasingly use less concessional instruments. This raises an important question. What will ODA means 5 or even 10 years from now? Will the concept, as we have known it for decades, still hold in a system moving towards blended and market-based finance? And aid is in general become more and more transactional. This is not just technical, but rather shape how scarce concessional resources are located and how partners' countries plan. As we discuss this future of development cooperation, understanding the evolving role of ODA and what we expect it to deliver, will be essential. At the donor platform, we have been actively engaging in the food and agriculture agenda by hosting a conversation, gathering evidence, and welcoming recommendations to better coordinate and ultimately help our donors make their development finance more effective and impactful. In July, we also published our latest white paper entitled Financing Agri-Food System for People, Planet and Prosperity, which highlight how agri-food systems go far beyond agriculture, intersecting with health, climate, energy, education, employment, and trade. The returns on investment are broad, offering economic and social benefit to the governments, business, and community, as well as integrated solution to the most critical global challenges. Among the conclusions of the white paper that I found most inspiring, I would like to highlight the fact that agri-food systems are the foundation of stability and peace. Hunger and food insecurity fuel conflict and fragility. Agri-food systems are critical to national security, especially in conflict-affected areas. Basically, the white paper calls for a substantial increase in investment and greater alignment between donors, government, international financial institutions, private investors, and agri-food companies. This also reflects the main mission of the donor platform, to catalyze change, enabling the transformation of a food system for better access to safe and nutritious food, greater environmental sustainability, and more prosperous rural community. Today's conversation will push us to imagine a renewed financing ecosystem for food system and rural development. We must take this opportunity to mobilize the action and leadership that the moment demands. Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity as well to mention that we are aware of a gender imbalance in terms of speakers at this meeting today. But we would like to emphasize that many women were invited to speak, but for various reasons did not confirm their attendance. And before we begin, a few housekeeping notes. You can find the event program and everything you need on our websites, donorplatform.org. All sessions will be streamed live on YouTube and through to the European Commission websites. Coffee and lunch will be served outside of the auditorium, kindly provided by the European Commission. With this, we are pleased to pass the floor to our moderator, Jim Woodwill, Senior Advisor to the platform. Thank you. Over to you, Jim.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome both here in the room and online. So I'm very pleased to welcome Alexander Mueller, who will give us our keynote opening presentation, who's the founder and managing director of TMG Think Tank and the former Director General Food and Agriculture Organisation, Deputy Director General Food and Agriculture Organisation of the UN, FAO, but a huge amount of experience in this area. So I think it'll be very interesting to hear your perspective on these huge challenging issues about how we get finance right to meet the sort of challenges that Bruce and Federica have just outlined to us around getting food systems underpinning our future prosperity and stability. Alexander, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for inviting me, and I'm really grateful that you did not announce me as former Director General of the FAO. This would have caused big problems. I never intended to become, but I spent 8 years in FAO, and therefore I'm happy to be here. The task you have given to me is really complex. I personally have to say I have the impression that for the second time in my life, I can experience a fundamental paradigm shift. The second one after 1989, 1990, when the wall fell down, and in Europe we experienced a sudden and very peaceful implosion of the Soviet Union. Huge challenges afterwards, especially for the European Union, the enlargement process, and I don't need to talk about it. And it has established a new world order after 1990. And now we are at the beginning of the end of this world order. Something is fundamentally changing with impacts on all political areas, not only in Europe, but all over the world. And what I'm trying to talk about is that we in the community lobbying for investment in the future of food and agriculture, we have to recognize this new situation, we have to understand it, we have to analyze the consequences, and we have to start a strategic process to present our values to those who make now the decisions. The fact that we are talking everywhere about cuts in ODA, in development cooperation, is more than an indicator of the shifting landscape. There is much more behind, and what I try to do is raise some questions, maybe start a dialogue with you and identify why our sector is so important for the future. I'm still convinced that food and agriculture can be in the center of many solutions, but I would like to discuss what needs to change so that I do not only preach to the already converted, but others are also able to listen to us and start an interaction, a dialogue about the importance of this sector. Personally, I'm convinced, and this is the quote I have given to the organizers, that cutting back on investments in the future of agri-food systems is probably the most expensive way to save money. But we experience it everywhere. Everywhere. There is no country of the traditional donor countries that is not cutting back on development cooperation. As you can hear, I'm coming from Germany. The development is very clear. After 6-8 years of massive increase in investment in a world without hunger, now the budget for 2026 cuts in ODA. The financial framework for the next years even further decrease. So something is fundamentally changing. And I personally, and this has to be discussed, I don't believe that we are well advised if we think that cuts in ODA could be compensated by an increase in concessional loans. I don't believe it. I would be happy if you could convince me that this is going to happen, but I seriously doubt it. And therefore, the first message to you is we have to understand the political environment in which we are operating. It's far more important than the question of will ODA go up in 2 years' time or in 3 years' time. There are fundamental shifts. There is no time to analyze the current situation, but I would like to quote Antonio Gramsci, who in the 1930s said, "The old world is dying and the new world struggles to be born." And this is exactly the time when the monsters are appearing. And we are currently in a situation where the monsters are there, and we only have to look in the newspapers or on our digital devices in the morning, and we can see that many things are changing. And what is currently happening about the so-called US security strategy has a lot to do with us, has a lot to do with the future of food and agriculture. So I would like to come up with some thoughts which I would like to discuss with you. First, my question to us is, how does it come that the political environment in which we are operating has changed so much? It has. Over the last 8 to 10 years, there was an increase in investment in food and agriculture. We in the community were happy that food and agriculture was on the agenda everywhere, and development cooperation and climate change and food and agriculture and everywhere, and transformation of food systems are on the agenda. And don't get me wrong, I still believe that transformation is necessary. The key question is, what do we have to do that it can be necessary? And therefore, the first question is, what has changed in the political environment so that cuts in ODA can be presented in the public as part of the solution to tackle the new situation? It might be a little bit simplistic, what I'm saying, but this is the situation. The white paper, and it has already been mentioned, is talking about the benefits of food systems transformation. Indeed, and by the way, I'm happy that the Deep Agri-Food Framework, which the European Union has launched in 2018 is used to explain the externalities of food systems. But we have to recognize that we are not convincing anybody if we say if you invest 1 trillion in transformation of food systems, you will get a return or you will create business opportunities of 4.3 trillion US dollars. Because we cannot make very clear who invests, who has to pay for it, and who gains, and who is going to change this transformation. So the theory is okay, but did we translate it into action on the ground so that we can really present it? The political environment in which we are working has changed over the last 2 years, and everybody's using experiences from his country. If in Germany you say the word bicycle lanes, everybody starts to laugh about development cooperation because there was a campaign over 2 or 3 years that the German development cooperation had invested some money in, I think, a very good project, but it has been politicized to demonstrate these guys are spending our money in foreign countries and they are building bicycle lanes. So the political environment has changed, and if we look at the public opinion in the beginning of 2022, 68% of people in Germany still supported stable or increased spending on development cooperation. In 2024, only 2 years later, only 47% did it, a decline of 21 percentage points. And in 2015, 81% wanted strengthening development cooperation. So we have to be aware that we all know what are the benefits of development cooperation and investment in food and agriculture, but in the political environment in which we are operating, it is not so clear any longer. And we can tell them this is wrong, but this is the reality. And what kind of messages do we have? What kind of proof do we have that the investments in this sector are necessary? And by the way, of course, I know that right-wing extremist parties are using this narrative in order to change the political system. And therefore, what we are doing is highly political. And if we want to convince decision makers, we have to prove that investing in the future of food and agriculture is not only a moral obligation or it is needed to implement the right to food, it is in the best interest of the donor countries. We have to prove that this is in the best interest of the donor countries, and therefore I think we have to look back to the last 10 years and identify what worked, what did not really work, where were the barriers, and why did it come that a situation where more and more money had been spent for food and agriculture and development cooperation has changed and we are now in the cuts. So the first step is an analysis. What did we achieve? What did we do with the money? And what has happened? And where do we have to improve our processes? If we don't do it with our expertise, others are going to do it. And I can tell you the results will be very different. So therefore, the first step is looking at our achievements, at the problems, and we have to present it. The second step is what is our contribution to the new world order or the new world disorder? I have the impression that the narrow focus on defense, and I don't want to question it, the narrow focus on defense is not recognizing that security policy has a lot to do with food and agriculture. We have experienced it when the war in Ukraine started, when we suddenly realized that the global trade network coming from Ukraine and Russia and the disruption there had a huge impact on food security in African countries. Prices went up, social unrest happened, and thanks God it was possible to negotiate the Black Sea Agreement, keeping trade alive. What do we think is going to happen in the next years, and are we really prepared when we will see disruptions in food trade or trade of commodities? This is one of the big challenges linked to the ongoing debate about the future of Ukraine. I can expand this question. We all know that the Paris Climate Agreement, trying to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, is not really achieving the 1.5 degrees. What is going to happen if in 1 or 2 bread baskets of the world the harvest will be lower and we will feel new pressure on global trade of commodities for agriculture? We will be in the same situation, and therefore the investment in the future of food systems has to be linked to the ongoing debate about security. We have to find a way to position us in the center of the political debates that we are currently having, and we have to use our thoughts and our solutions in a way that, and here I would like to learn a little bit from the climate negotiations, there is a climate diplomacy. Do we have a good idea of how a food security diplomacy could look like? There is an interest of the European Union to strengthen relations to our partner countries. And demonstrating that despite all the cuts in ODA, we are reliable partners for the future and the security of these countries, and we develop kind of a food security diplomacy, I think is an important contribution to strengthen the soft power of the donor countries and to create stability for the maybe unstable times that are going to come. And therefore, presenting the ideas, what is necessary, what can we do, and making very clear that new partnerships for food security, investment, is more than what is currently perceived our playground. I'm very honest. If you talk to many people also here in this room, I know some of you, they are telling me, I don't get the support I need. Many people say, what did you do with the money? What has happened over the last years? And therefore we have to prove again that what we are doing is absolutely important. And then, after having analyzed what did we achieve, where were the problems, second, what is our new role in the new world, order or disorder, we can come to the question, what are the financial consequences? I personally don't think that if you look at the figures, replacing declining ODA by concessional loans is going to work. First of all, concessional loans require a lot of money. You have to do the de-risking. You have to invest in really being able that the DFIs can organize a new way of financing. And we know that DFIs are governed by clear rules and statutes that prevent them from lending to high-risk projects. And in the future world, there will be higher risk projects. And if we don't de-risk the DFIs, this is not going to happen. And therefore, the whole financial debate has to be built on what can we do better, what are our clear deliverables, what is our contribution to the new situation, and convince not only those who are here in the room, but we have to create new partnerships with the security community, we have to create new partnerships with the trade community in order to demonstrate that the investment in what we are doing is well-spent money. I think this is a clear indicator that I have to come to the end.
You have a few more minutes, don't you?
And so therefore, what is the major discussion, at least in the agenda today, new financial instruments, is for me the second step. The first step is the repositioning going beyond our usual partners and trying to reach out in our countries and with new partners and with philanthropic organizations. Where is the major meeting at the beginning of 2026 to identify concrete steps forward? How are we preparing ourselves for the French presidency of G7? Do we have an idea what we can offer to these countries to say, here are our ideas, how you can solve your problems, and this is our contribution? How are we going to prepare, and I know that some of you are really skeptical for the next G20 meeting in the United States, in Miami, without South Africa, a complete new setting. I guess that food and agriculture and development cooperation will not play a role, but are we strong enough before that meeting to present our ideas and to make very clear why investments, why new financial structures are needed in order that G7 or maybe later G20 can really achieve what they do. We are needed, but we have to present why we are needed. And therefore, I would like to propose that from this meeting, we are coming up with a proposal that within the next 6 months, we are going to analyze the new situation. We are presenting what has worked and what did not work in the past. We are going to outline at least good questions, what could be the new role of investments in food and agriculture in the next years to stabilize this new situation. And we have to come up with creating new partnerships. If we don't do it, if we don't identify the champions, the business as usual will continue. And many of us, when we meet among us, we are convinced that we are on the right side. But unfortunately, if you talk to people who are not in the development cooperation and not interested in food and agriculture, they don't understand us. So we have to present a convincing case, starting with our own problems, presenting what can be done so that we have a new strategic approach that allows us to try to solve the problem of missing financial resources. And again, don't get me wrong. I'm convinced that food and agriculture can be part of the solution. I'm convinced that we are not going to mitigate climate change without a different type of management of natural resources done by farmers worldwide. This is not going to happen by implementing just the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. You need to have a strategy. So we have to come up with new proposals, and we have to present our work as a contribution to solve the crisis. Now, we do not really know how the crisis develops, and therefore I would like to really argue for a risk-based strategy, that we look at different risks and that we don't think, oh, in 2 years' time things will be better. I hope so, but I don't know. And therefore, we are looking from a worst-case scenario for our sector. What do we have to do to change the mindset? What do we have to do to set up institutions and new financial regulations that investments in the future of food and agriculture is seen as a strategic investment? A strategic investment that pays back, maybe not tomorrow, but later. This is one of the challenges we are having. We are always presenting figures. If you invest $1 in food and agriculture, you get back $4, $10, $12. But we do not really say when does it come back and who gets the benefit. And therefore, this strategic investment has to be explained, and we have to make very, very strong cases that our proposal is not just making noise for getting the money we had in the past, but to alert, and I will repeat what I said in the beginning, that if we continue to cut back on investments in the future of agri-food systems, this is dangerous for the stability in the world, because we can contribute to solutions, and it might be the most expensive way to save money, and we will create new dependencies which we will regret. So let us try to reposition ourselves, to re-strategize, to go out of our comfort zone, and be open enough to say, yes, not everything worked well in the last years. Of course not. Would be the only sector where things work well. And therefore, gain new support, create new partnerships, and then look at what kind of financial structure is needed so that we can continue to work. I'm convinced it's worthwhile doing it. Thanks a lot.
So thanks a lot. Thank you very much for your speech. It was really inspiring, as I may say. And we have a lot of message to to bring with us, and can be like brainstorming among us today, analyze the situation, the challenges that we have now, as our sector can be part of the solution, the agricultural security approach, the new financial instrument, and the risk-based strategy. So thank you again for your message. I would like now to pass to the new session, and I want to introduce the speaker, Leonard Mizzi, Head of Unit Sustainable Agri-Food System and Fisheries, Directorate General for International Partnership of the European Commission. Thank you for being with us. And Max von Bonsdorff, Chief Partnership Officer of the Global and Multilateral Engagement International Fund for Agricultural Development. Both represent the co-chair of the Global Donor Platform High-Level Advisory Group and will present key messaging from the platform recent white paper on aligned strategy and strengthening coherent agri-food finances mechanism. Thank you again, and thank you to Jim for moderating the session. Thank you for participating.
Max and Leonard, thanks for joining us. Alexander, I think you sort of put the cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak, in terms of challenging us about some pretty deep issues here. We've heard about the white paper already, which was produced by the Global Donor Platform ahead of the Financing for Development conference. I think, Alexander, you sort of perhaps hinted that we need to go even beyond what was in that white paper. But what I'd like to invite both of you to do is to give us some reflections on what were the key messages in that white paper, what then happened at the Financing for Development conference, and where does that sort of leave us going ahead? Do you see any inklings of hope in responding to the sort of issues that Alexander has just raised for us from what's gone on over the last year?
Thanks very much, Jim, and thanks very much, Alexander, for a very inspiring introductory speech. On the white paper and also the sort of Financing for Development conference, let me say a couple of things. I think one key message in the white paper, which I find very important, is its emphasis on the importance of also in the future a strong multilateral system on agri-financing system. This is a very important point, but on the other hand, I think sort of key issue is here sort of in order for us to achieve it, and we need to take into consideration, as also Alexander's introduction, sort of the uncertainties and changing sort of global political dynamics around us, and really to achieve that sort of that the multilateral system is strong in the future. Also, we need a lot of collaboration, sort of discussion, as was mentioned, what has worked, what should work in the future. And I very much liked what Alexander put also to reaching out sort of to, let's put it this, various political communities in terms of how the multilateral system should look like and how the kind of agri-food financing. So that is one key thing. Yeah.
Maybe let me get a response from you as well. And Leonard, I might say you were one of the key proponents of putting the white paper together, I think, around this idea of how critical it is to get the narrative right. So what was important for you from the white paper? How did that play out in the Financing for Development conference?
So first of all, thanks also to Alexander, who not only mentions the dynamics of the white paper and the geopolitics of today, but I think also gives us an idea of how to build up on the white paper. We know what needs to be done in terms of the food systems transformation, the funding gaps, making a case. I think that is the first thing. We need to really make a case of why investing in agri-food systems is politically interesting. It's not just an interesting solution for the development process. It has to be, and I don't like using this word, but this is the word being used in Brussels, transactional. How to be transactional in a win-win solution, but also something that is important, it's in the white paper, but it doesn't do a comparative analysis, is why investing in agri-food and bundling together food systems, biodiversity, climate in a gender-sensitive and youth-sensitive approach is an interesting return on investment vis-a-vis, because let's also be clear that we are competing in the financial institutions, and I know Rodrigo is here from the EDFIs. If you look and scan, because everyone uses AI these days, and if you scan social media, you don't necessarily find agri-food systems high in the geopolitics. You find, even in terms of our member states, and you know the line that I will come up with is, energy is number one. Number two is critical raw materials. It's mining, critical raw materials. Lobito corridor is designed for mining. We also say that it's designed for agri-food systems, but when we come to the details, we say yes, and agricultural will be on the bandwagon with critical raw materials. Not easy. And third thing is clearly pharma, human pharma. This is also a legacy of the COVID crisis. So the question here is, what can we show? Because I can come and say European member states under the four-pronged approach of the Council conclusions of 2024, we mobilized in terms of commitments around 19 billion in N4G, around 6.5 billion. The money is there, but the question is, in the context of the cuts, and that is what the white paper is trying to show, what is the return on investment so that the European taxpayers, because right-wing politics dictates a bit the trend, you saw this also in the last few weeks and days, in terms of the U-turn or reversing of the EU Green Deal dynamics, EUDR, due diligence, European Union remains a leader, but there is also a bit of right-wing politics in policymaking. The question is, how can we prove that this is win-win also for European taxpayers, that it's worth to reverse a bit the tendency that we are seeing in the past weeks and months for the next MFF, which, as you know, has to be decided by 2027 with the Irish presidency at a critical moment, and clearly that together with financial institutions, we make the bankable projects more visible in terms of typology of investments. We discussed yesterday blending, there are guarantees, there are bonds, there are a whole realm of instruments. The question is, what is the best return on investment with cases which are scalable at regional level? And that is, I think, what the white paper tries to trigger.
Great, thanks. Max, could you give us a bit of an insight of what came out of the Financing for Development conference? And I think one of the reasons we started on the white paper was a concern that food might not even be mentioned in the Financing for Development conference. So where did that leave us?
Thanks very much, Jim. So in terms of the Financing for Development conference, I think there were many important points there and agreements there also, which relates to the white paper. As you refer to, I mean, one key thing is that the importance of agri-food financing is mentioned in the overall. Of course, the Financing for Development is not a thematic document, but it's integrated in there into introductory chapter as an important area. That's one important. I wanted to say a couple of words about a little bit also that Leonard sort of ended about sort of financing instrument, etc., which are also the point of the importance of innovative financing, mobilizing private capital, etc. In Financing for Development, there is those areas are also sort of very importantly mentioned, sort of very, blending and risk sharing. But on that sector, I think sort of there's there's sort of a lot that needs to be done in terms of, again, what works and what doesn't, and how we scale up that. But I wanted to also mention, in terms of the financing for development outcome document, and when we talk about financing, the role of public development banking, sort of the role of national development banks was recognized kind of more strongly than before. And we talk about agriculture and agriculture financing. These institutions have a very big sort of role in developing countries. And for instance, in the Agri-PDB platform, so that IFAD is hosting, and many are member of theirs, we have currently something like 138 national development banks and regional development banks for almost 100 countries. So that's also a kind of how to strengthen. That's a very important issue arising from the Seville outcome.
Great, thanks. And Leonard, what did you take away from financing for development? And are you seeing any light at the end of the tunnel in what's happened since?
So, there is a bit of glimmer of light, but we need to make it operational in terms of what we can show is working and what's not. There is still a flurry of new initiatives popping up. We hear a lot of new flagships and new accelerators, fine, but we need to stocktake a bit what we can do better together from a coordination point of view. I always will insist better coordination. Now is the time where, as Team Europe first, but Team Europe plus the like-minded, also with the public development banks, we see and identify what is beyond pilots, because that is what we are being challenged here in the European Union. Yes, you have a lot of initiatives out there. Yes, you did a lot of good work, but still, acute food hunger is like 300 million plus. So show the European politicians why investing in agriculture at scale, and that because the question is, why our financial institutions don't have the scalability. We just unveiled the Global Gateway flagships list, and you don't see much on agri-food. You see a lot on climate, a bit agri is in the climate, but mainly it's infrastructure, some education, some R&I, a lot of energy. So the question is, why is it not happening at scale? What is the trigger point that we can be scalable? In terms of guarantees, the FSD, it's only very few, actually one initiative which was signed recently. So why is it not happening at scale? And for us, what is important is how to align to the Kampala Declaration, because we can come up and say Kampala Declaration, Uganda, very important, but how are we aligning our portfolio also to strategic interests, which can be transactional for both sides, but with prioritization? The challenge of agri-food is clearly how to focus on a systems thinking, but not only going into the cocoa, cashew, or coffee value chains, and being a more systems thinking, but better coordination also with financial institutions like IFAD and others.
Just being a bit challenging. I mean, you've put here how important it is to get some of the evidence about what works and what doesn't. But if we come back to Alexander's point that, you know, we're now getting below a 50% point where people are supportive of development and cooperation, how do you win the hearts of the average person out on the street who's, you know, struggling to pay their bills around these issues?
I think the evidence, what is clearly important is, especially in the context of the European Union, is linking to the migration and peace and security aspect. So if we can show that the food dynamics, everyone tells me, Leonard, you need to be closer to what the Munich Security Conference and all these dynamics, but is this sufficient? It's necessary, but is it sufficient? So I think the evidence is, should we go, because many countries in Africa tell us we want to be more self-sufficient, but self-sufficient how? In the rice sector. Can West Africa be self-sufficient at scale? How do you enter into the trade and food security dynamics? One of the big events, Alexander, is going to be the WTO ministerial in Cameroon. If you see the statements coming up, many is on food security, but we are not equipped between the agri-food production dynamics and the trade dynamics, and how to reconcile affordability and rural-urban dynamics in countries, between imports and self-sufficiency and working on the repurposing of subsidies. And that is an area which does not exist in the CRM dynamics or the energy dynamics at scale in terms of complexity. So we really need to come with the evidence and show it and prove it rather than just announcing 5 billion, 9 billion there, if it's not landing and showing the impact of transition in terms of also of mitigating rural migration into big megacities and creating those vibrant rural areas that clearly are necessary.
Great, thank you. Max, just to quickly finish off, anything that's making you enthusiastic about what to work on in the future from what you've seen happen this year?
Absolutely. I mean, I think still sort of, in spite of the, how to say, the challenges in the global environment and the risk issues, all of these issues that have been discussed, I think there are sort of positive signs, as been mentioned already. I mean, sort of some IFIs increasing financing, and as said, sort of in terms of national development banks, there's sort of the fixed global alliance and a lot of, so there is sort of these signs, but I agree that we need sort of really to kind of continue our collaboration as a kind of actors and stakeholders in the agri-food finance, but also I agree with what Leonard and many others have been saying, Alexander, so that also maybe in the future also reaching out more to other sort of kind of policy communities, etc., and about the role of and importance of agri-food financing.
Great, thank you. Well, look, thank you both very much. Let's give them a round of applause for setting the scene. I'm going to be struggling all day to keep things on time because we've got a lot of great speakers during the day, but thanks very much for setting that scene for us.
So thank you. Thanks a lot to Leonard and Max for your inspiring words. And I also have underlined some message from you that I think is very inspiring, like better coordination, role of public development banks and financial institution, linking to the link to migration and peace, and the importance to have investment in agriculture at scale. So thanks a lot for the discussion. It was very interesting. Now we will pass to the high-level panel discussion, and I would like this session will explore how development actors can stay effective in an increasing fragmented aid landscape market by shrinking, as we said, ODA budget, shifting financial reform and new demands for impact. Speakers will reflect on how their institutions are adapting roles and responsibility from engaging more strategical with the private sector to shaping collaborative financing mechanisms that actually work in practice. The aim is to offer concrete insight, honest lessons, and bold ideas on how to stay relevant and influential and amid rapid change. I would like to introduce the several, the speakers that we will have in this session. First of all, Máximo Torero Cullen in virtual mode, Chief Economist FAO. This should be like by remote. Lawrence Haddad, Executive Director, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. Thank you for coming. We will have also Carlo Batori, Deputy Director General for Development Cooperation, Minister of Foreign Affairs International Cooperation of Italy, in virtual mode. Tom Arnold, Chair, former Special Envoy on Food System for Ireland and former Scaling Up Nutrition Sun Movement Coordinator. and Stefania Lenoci, World Bank Group resident representative to Italy, specially representative for Southern Europe, the Holy See, and the UN agency in Rome. We will have an opening presentation from Máximo Torero, of Chief Economist of FAO. So we will start with Máximo Torero. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Okay. So let me share with you a small presentation, which I think will help to guide my speaking point. So, as you mentioned, the goal is to look at evolving roles in fragmentation of aid landscape and how respond to those declines and what is needed to be able to achieve collaboration and more efficiency, which is central. So the context is looking first at the evolution of food security versus the evolution of ODA, and the importance of needing to better coordinate and monitor and to innovate. Of course, ODA is not enough, was never enough, and will never be enough, but we need to be more catalytic and complementary. Eliminating the coordination failure among MDBs so that we can more efficiently move forward on the financing component of MDBs, I think that is central, because could be a way to increase efficiencies. And to trigger investments mostly from the private sector, and that means to increase evidence on profitability, but also de-risking. And as I will explain, when we talk about de-risking, we're talking de-risking on information, but also de-risking financial de-risking and innovation on that. And the coordination of financial efforts between public and private actors and the right tools and consistency. And I think here, the Hand-in-Hand initiative of FAO and the AgriConnect of the World Bank are playing an important role. So just to contextualize, because it's important to look at some of the numbers, as you know, the evolution of food security in the world in this graph, which we normally report in SOFI, it looks at the green line, which is the hunger and the nourishment. The yellow, which is the severe food insecurity, which comes from an alternative measurement, has been increasing, and in the last year there has been a slight decline. But also the high levels of acute food insecurity has been increasing as reported by the Global Report on Food Crisis. So in numbers, this is reflected by, in hunger, 673 million people, 8.2% of the population. In severe food insecurity, 828 million people, 10% of the population. Moderate and severe, 28% of the population. And in terms of acute food insecurity, 294 million people in 53 countries, which is more the short-term impact because of crisis in countries. Now, one element that was mentioned in the opening remarks, which is extremely important, we published in the SOFA in the last 2 years, is the importance of the hidden cost. So it's not only the current situation of hunger, but also is the tomorrow. No? And here we show the 12 trillion that was referred before, 11.6 trillion, 10% of the global GDP. Which, of course, there are disparities among regions, but what it clearly shows is that the health component is significantly high, followed by the environmental and, of course, the social component. But, of course, relative to the regions and to the level of income, this will vary. No? So low-income countries is 38% of their share of GDP, lower middle income 13%, upper middle income 9%, and high income 6%. So the tomorrow is something important that we also need to look at, not only the issues of today. Now, the ODA evolution over the past years towards food security and nutrition have increased by 12% between 2015 and 2023, against a 37% increase of the total ADA. So assistance for the long-term development of food security and nutrition is therefore under-prioritized. And donors increased during the same period emergency food assistance by 25%. So we are therefore expending more to close the fires or to tackle the emergencies. And that's something that we need to rethink now that we have a reduction after 2023, especially for 2025, which started in 2024, to how we can move that towards anticipatory action so that we are more preventive rather than wait until the crisis happens and then overreact because the cost is significantly higher. No, anticipatory action will give you 7 for every dollar invested. If we do it ex post, of course, the impacts could be higher. So we need to, the negative impacts. So we need to create that switch smoothly, but we need to create that switch in terms of emergency assistance in the current context. So here we just look at the evolution of emergency food assistance in red and the long-term development assistance. So the total ODA increased 36.8%, as I mentioned before, emergency in 24.7%, and now in the following years, there is a significant reduction. And the long-term development assistance to food security and nutrition is 12.4%. And that includes, of course, this issue of the tomorrow, the investment on sustainability and assuring that we have good food for all for tomorrow. And that's where we need to start thinking seriously. And that's where the climate financing also needs to bring into the discussion to be able to assure that. Now, if we look at the cuts that has been happening and which countries will be the most affected, and this is basically on a scenarios on some announcements that has happened. On the left-hand side, you have the numbers distribution by countries as percentage of recipient GNI, and is the percentage change of ODA relative to average between 2021 and 2023. And in the right-hand side, as percentage of initial ODA. Of course, in the left-hand side, the most affected will be in Africa. In the right-hand side, if we look at the initial ODA in that 21 to 2023, is Africa for sure, but also some countries also in Latin America and Central America and some in Asia. And that's something that we need to look, because that's where we need to look at what is happening in those countries and how efficiencies can be gained in those countries to minimize those impacts. So understanding the geographical distribution of the impacts of the cuts in ODA, I think will be crucial to be able to do the policies as international organizations that we have to play a role on. Now, the ODA evolution associated to disaster risk reduction. So this means to prevent new disaster risk or reduce existing risk in 2023 was 12.3% of the spending to long-term development assistance for food security and nutrition, against 7.2% in 2019. And it's increasingly taking more into account the DR component more than the average of total aid. But again, this is according to the markers that we have identified that looks at the Paris Agreement and the Sendai framework, and is not voluntary. And this is where we report also in our disaster report that was last launched. So despite some progress on disaster risk reduction, it remains under considered, and this graph, I think, shows it clearly. You have in gray, not a screen, in blue, not targeted, in green, significantly objective and principal objective. So clearly the ODA 4.9% against 2.6%, but emergency food assistance is 3%, and long-term development assistance to food security is 12.3%. So the share of projects with DR objective in 2023 is distributed in that way. So despite the increases in risk and disasters, and we know that the frequency and intensity will keep increasing, ODA focus on DDR has increased, but at a very moderate speed. And our disaster agriculture and food security report that was launched last month, I think, gave an idea of the magnitude of those disasters, which are close to $10 trillion in a period of time. Now, what we need to do and where we need to move, and this is linked to how we are operating into this. So we need to ensure transparency and comprehensive analysis of ODA trends so we understand and track of the changes over volume. We need to assess the composition of ODA. Please, if somebody can mute themselves. We need to assess the composition of ODA, including the balance between humanitarian and development assistance. We need to analyze it by actors and recipients, and the G7 of Canada has done an analysis on this, and there is a report on this. And we need to support evidence-based decision through tools as the HEDSAT Food Security and Nutrition Aid Analyzer developed by FAO and the Champa Center. And we need to reinforce, in the case of FAO, role as a trusted knowledge partner and try to bring a strong evidence on this respect. So basically what we're trying to do in this tracker is trying to decompose and analyze. And depending on the definition of food security and nutrition, the numbers can go from 8 billion to 102 billion. So a huge variance, and it depends on how the definition and how it's counted, the trends, and look at the profiles and simulator, which allow us to see what will be the impacts. So coming with common definitions and transparency on those definitions will allow us to reduce this enormous interval of confidence so that we can have a better idea of what is happening, especially under the definition of agri-food systems. Now, the other element which is central is how we increase private investments. And that is basically to try to bring the private sector into the game directly to where it is needed and responding to needs, but understanding that there has to be profitability behind. So here is where the de-risking component and where we are working intensively in trying to find ways to de-risk. And there are two ways to de-risk. Normally, we talk a lot about financial de-risking, and there has been innovative solutions for this on blended finance and trying to find ways in which we can minimize or reduce the first loss, especially for investors of the private sector. But I think technical de-risking plays a crucial role, and that's by bringing more information about the potential risks, but also to deploy technology and infrastructure of what can work and what can allow us to be more resilient to these shocks so that we minimize the risk and develop innovative insurance tools, and also to reduce the policy risks. So that is super important today to complement with the financial de-risking. And this adds also with having, of course, bankable projects that complements with public investment, but makes it attractive also for the private sector to invest. That is what will help to attract a significant investment, especially in Africa, where today is where the biggest gap we will be facing, as I showed before, in terms of the impacts of ODA. And it also is important what we publish in the SOFI 2024 on to look at the different countries and their different risk profiles. So we have countries that have very limited availability to access to financing because they are in debt distress, countries that are moderate in terms of their ability, and countries that have high ability. In each of them, we need to find different ways in which we can assess, and that's what we are trying to do at FAO. So the way we are working on this at FAO is to ensure that our projects are sufficiently profitable and bankable, especially when we move them through our hand-in-hand initiative, which today is in 83 countries. We are mobilizing around $3 to $4 billion now of effective investment, complementing MDB investment, but also investment by private sector. We need to inform investment decisions and prepare investment plans, and we need to leverage those with data. And what we do in hand-in-hand, as an example, is territorial approaches, taking advantage of the geospatial information. That allows us to do technical de-risking to private sector. But the important thing and how we are creating this enabling environment is what I call the three-leg. So one is, of course, bringing the funding that is already there and funding to create these investment plans, which creates this technical de-risking, bringing the private sector and making the government to lead initiatives. Bringing the three together and reducing the asymmetry of information has been extremely successful and has helped us to progress enough in this initiative. This is just an idea of how we do the territorial approaches and how we target value chains and investments in areas, which in this case are the areas in green color, where there is agricultural potential. Based on our data and our geospatial information, we can show that there is agricultural potential, but farmers are far from it because of bottlenecks, and the investment plans are targeted to resolve those bottlenecks. And finally,
I might need you to ask you to just wrap up if you don't mind, otherwise
I
we're
will
going to run
wrap
out of
up
time. Thank you.
1 minute. Mm-hmm. Sure. So finally, the roadmap that we have developed also help us to do this, the tomorrow, the long term, and how we can look at actions, actors, and countries and try to bring all the evidence that we have to find solutions that are compatible at the country level, but also create aggregation at the global level. And that is the platform that we're trying to bring up as a way to guide and help countries to develop their investments. And of course, the way that we are attracting in extreme situations anticipatory action is the FSFC, which is basically trying to attract private investment through reinsurance companies for anticipatory action, which very clear triggers, and we have developed the risk facility room, the situation room we call it, where we look at 12 risks and triggers for those 12 risks so that reinsurance companies can develop insurance tools that are predictable, are based on models of prediction rather than exposed of the situation. So let me stop there, and there is a QR code where you can look at the details of the information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Máximo. As usual, a fascinating and really in-depth analysis of the issues that we're trying to confront, which I think builds very nicely on what we've already heard this morning. So if I could invite our panellists for the high-level panel that are here, Lawrence and Tom, and then we have our other panellists online. So if we could have our tech people to put them on the screen for us along with Máximo. So we have about an hour of opportunity to discuss all the issues that we've been hearing so far today. For our audience online, please do put questions in the chat and we will pose those questions to our panellists. Can we see our other panellists online? They're there? Okay. Is there any way that we can highlight them? No? Okay. Apologies for that. So I'd like to make this as much of a discussion and backwards and forwards as we can. And maybe to kick off, I'm wondering if we can ask our panellists, what would be the one thing you would do differently to really up the financing game around the food systems agenda? Tom.
I think maybe Máximo set out very clearly that A, the situation is getting worse. Sophie's latest report tells you that. And B, the funding to deal with this getting worse problem is reducing. And particularly there's you know, the key issue of nutrition needs to be more recognized. Nutrition is the bedrock of development. We've made a lot of progress in the last 20 years. We need to continue to making progress. And the other thing that came very clearly out of Máximo's presentation is that he used a phrase which struck me. We're spending more time tackling the fire than preventing it. And drawing on that, he talked about the need to build in much more attention to DRR, disaster risk reduction, in project design. So there's a whole series of things which show that there needs to be a resetting of priorities to re-emphasize the importance of nutrition in the context of sustainable food systems, and to invest more in prevention rather than cure.
Thanks, Tom. So really getting that prioritisation right about the nutrition side, which you're arguing is underpinning everything. I'm wondering if we can go to our colleagues online and ask the same question. And Stefania, are you there with us? Oh, you seem to be muted.
We can hear you online.
We can hear you online.
Oh,
okay.
Okay, now we can hear you. So Stefania,
Sure.
from the World Bank. Thanks so much for joining us. Great to have you online with us. And we've heard already this morning about the World Bank, I guess, taking this issue relatively serious in a new announcement. But I mean, what's the one thing that you think might really leverage change in getting the financing right for food systems?
So absolutely, I want maybe to bring another perspective also in this conversation that we have not yet discussed, and I want to start first with a simple number. In the next 10 years, 1.2 billion young people will reach working age in developing countries, mostly in Africa, but the global economy will create only 400 million jobs. So this is, I think it's another important angle when we look at agriculture, because agriculture is a major source of employment still in developing countries. So with this number, that means 800 million young women and men without prospects, with the dignity of a job and hope for the future. We are really at the World Bank putting jobs at the center of everything that we do. And this has meant also that we have had to rethink the way that we finance development, not only how much we lend, but also how we unlock impact when budgets are tight. And so we are thinking along three different solutions. So first one is concessionality. We have expanded our lending capacity by 100 billion through capital efficiency reforms, hybrid capital, better use of callable capital, because countries need space before they can invest. And IDA, which is our fund for the poorest countries, remains central to this model, because last year it delivered 18 billion in net positive flows and 7.5 billion in grants. And IDA terms act almost like ex-ante debt relief, giving countries space to invest in climate resilience, food systems and human capital without adding unsustainable debt. And this is a key concern that we have. The debt levels, we have heard last week that debt levels in developing countries have reached a record high, And so should be also a central consideration when we talk about expanding resources in the space. And second, we have also redesigned blended finance and risk sharing. We have heard from Máximo presentation. We know that public money alone can close the 170 billion small order financing gap, or the much larger global need for climate and development. So we have rebuilt our risk architecture so that private capital can finally go where opportunity exists, but the risk is too high. So we have launched a unified guarantee platform that will take us to 20 billion in guarantee exposure by 2030, streamline the political risk coverage, local currency lending, that is now 1/3 of ISC, which is our private sector arm and long-term commitments. So firms aren't held back by currency volatility shocks. First loss vehicles and securitization, so that we are helping institutional investors finally enter emerging markets at scale. And all of this is about making investment viable in places where it matters most. And third and last, regarding agribusiness in particular, we're shifting from fragmented projects to integrated country-led platforms, which is where AgriConnect comes in, which is our initiative really to bring together all the different pieces at scale and use agriculture as an engine for growth and for jobs. So we're bringing all pieces together, from irrigation to inputs, cold chains, digital tool finance, producer organizations and structured markets in one coordinated platform. And crucially, AgriConnect builds on existing mechanisms in support of our governments, producers and organizations and agribusinesses like GASPI, which leverages existing implementing partners rather than creating parallel structures. And through AgriConnect, with partners like IFAD, the African Development Bank, the IDB, and of course, FAO is a key player as well. We're doubling agribusiness financing to 9 billion and mobilizing another 5 billion annually. Yes, so just to conclude, so we use concessionality to create fiscal space, risk sharing to attract private capital, and platforms like AgriConnect to turn that capital into jobs. Voila.
Thank you, Stefania. I mean, a very rich range of issues there that really connect with how the World Bank is thinking about this. And I think a really important message there about connecting it into the bigger issues of jobs, but also really understanding the whole debt situation that we're dealing with in many countries that underpins this. We're also very pleased to have Carlo Batori with us, who's the Deputy Director General, the Director General of Development Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Italy. Carlo, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me.
What's your big idea about dealing with all the challenges you've heard about this morning? And then we'll come back to talk in more detail.
I think, thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting me. I mean, thanks a lot to all colleagues present and connected online. Well, if there is a number one priority, I think much has been said by previous speakers, refer specifically to Leonard and Max. But if I had to pick up number one priority to improve the food systems financing, I think engagement of the private sector. Engagement of our own private sectors, particularly the mid-caps that in Italy are extremely important. They are prone to export, but very reluctant to invest, particularly in faraway geographies, but also private sector engagement of local partners. I think Stefania hinted at the importance of the agricultural sector as a source of job creation. This is precisely what we have in mind in the Italian development cooperation system. And to do that, of course, you need a number of instruments. You need to deploy them more efficiently. I think I will further elaborate on this as the panel discussion continues. But by and large, engagement of the private sector is key. And of course, this has to be done in a context that is less fragmented. It has been said many times during the discussion today, ODA is declining. So coordination across donors, governments, financial institutions with limited resources, collaboration itself becomes a form of resource mobilization. So I think I'll stop here, just perhaps to hold the punch to something else later on.
Thank you, Carlo. We'll come back to you. Lawrence, I think it's over to you. How are you going to solve the problems?
Thank you, Jim. I'll try and be brief. I feel your pain as a moderator. I really like the presentations I've heard so far, especially Alexander. I really like what you had to say, and I think the first thing we have to do is do what Alexander said, reposition ourselves. You remember Secretary of State Rubio, it seems like a long time ago, but it was only 10 months or 11 months ago, said, for us in the US, and I suspect he speaks for many, ODA has to promote prosperity, it has to promote security, and I think it has to promote safety. Prosperity, security, and safety. And I think we've got answers in all three of those areas. You know, hungry people are restless people. They want to migrate and look for a better life. Hungry people have less to lose from conflict. Hungry people will put their own well-being ahead of nature when it comes to environmental issues because they have to survive. So I think we've got a good story to tell. The story about finance, we hear a lot, is about leverage, catalytics, and gearing. Now that's easy to say, but it's really hard to do. Why is it hard to do? Think about a catalytic thing, striking a spark that lands on something and then catches fire. Think about a platform with a pivot that leverages a very heavy object with a much lighter force. Think about two cogs that are gearing. All of those things only happen when the timing and the distance is right. You have to put the cogs together. You have to get the lever in the right position. You have to make sure the spark lands on the thing it's supposed to catch fire. It doesn't happen automatically is what I'm trying to say. And I think ODA is so vital to position all the big resource flows, the big resource pools, to make them connect and leverage and spark and gear. I think that's the precious resource we have. It's dwindling. It's becoming more precious. There are many uses for it, but we have to make it be used to do those three things: leverage, catalyze, and gear. I still think IFIs are really important. I take Alexander's point about they don't go where the most vulnerable, the most unstable players are, but there's still many hungry people in fairly stable contexts. That's still very important. They're a very important bridge to the private sector, and the private sector, I think, is woefully underutilized and under-leveraged in our space.
Thanks, Lawrence. Maximo, maybe I can come back to you. What's the one big thing you would do to really create the leverage or create the spark that Lawrence is just talking about?
So look, in terms of I think there are two things, not one, but one thing is what I think the pillar of financing of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty is trying to do, which is creating convergence from the financial system and potentially the private sector to link to what is needed and what the countries are needed. I think that will help a lot and will increase efficiencies. The second element regarding the private sector, as I mentioned in the presentation, what I have seen in the work we're doing with the World Bank, with the IFC, and in the future with AgriConnect, is the fact that the de-risking of information is central. The risking of finance, of course, and that is already happening. But the information, the risking is what really allows private companies to come into bankable projects. And sometimes those bankable projects are in areas where really we have a lot of hunger. So I think that information, and that's where our role plays, is central in these days, and is very catalytic to create this scaling up.
So Máximo, when you say de-risking information, can you just be a bit more precise by what you exactly mean?
No, very straightforward. So when we are working in a territory that we have identified technically, which has agricultural potential, meaning that it can move people from $1.5 to $7 per capita PPP, that is an area where an investment that releases the constraint of those farmers will have a payout. It will make it bankable. Normally, private companies don't have that level of information. that technicality of and information that will allow them to reduce the risk, because they assume certain things because they are not looking inside countries. Remember, they are looking overall where to invest. That can help enormously to reduce the level of financial de-risking that you need. And that creates, of course, a huge potential for banks and for private companies to invest. A very simple example, we were doing projects in countries where, for example, milk and milk production could be profitable, but there were clear bottlenecks because of standards and quality. Once we resolve those bottlenecks through investment plans, the returns are significantly higher, and also we assure that those investments are helping to bring sustainability, so produce milk with less emissions, for example. So that's exactly what the companies are looking for, and that has helped us a lot to work with companies.
Thanks, Maximo. I mean, Carlo, maybe I can come back to you, because you were mentioning how important it was to look at the private sector. So are there some examples you can give us from what Italy is doing to help leverage that private sector input? Or how do you see Italy moving ahead with its ODA in tackling that challenge?
Yes, thank you. I like very much the term Máximo Torero has used on the risking information. This is precisely at the core of what the Mattei plan of engagement with Africa, our government strategy towards Africa, this is precisely what it's doing. As I said, our big challenge is to make sure that the Italian mid-caps are incentivized to make investment in the areas of interventions of the Mattei plan, including the support to the transformation of food systems. I think it has been said earlier on by one of the previous speakers, what we need is going out of our comfort zone, especially by introducing in our own schemes of financing for development a high degree of innovation, which is not only technology innovations, but also innovation of procedures, of modalities we do cooperation. I think, and I will be glad to perhaps to shed some light on what we intend to do or we are already doing. We are very much shifting towards, gradually shifting towards a sort of venture capital approach, particularly in the field of, in the main areas of interventions of the development cooperations, including food and agriculture. Basically, we would like to support research and development. We would like to incentivize research ecosystems and companies to come up with innovative solutions to solve development projects by means of applied research, prototype of products and processes. This is, I think, could be one of the possible ways to use declining ODA resources in a way that is, of course, very innovative, but at the same time very risky, because venture capital is very risky if we apply this to development cooperation. It does not make any exception. Of course, this has to be done, as Máximo Torero said, with a higher level of de-risk information, with the use of financial tools in an efficient way. But I think this is basically what the Mattei plan is supposed to do. And of course, we want to do this in close alignment with our main partners, the European Union and the World Bank being one of those, but also the Rome-based agencies such as FAO, IFAD. These are our number one interlocutors. Perhaps later on in the discussions, I can provide some practical examples on how we want to engage the private sector, both in partner countries and in Italy.
Thanks, Carlo. Tom, I think Carlo's sort of hinting at some fairly fundamental shifts in how donors coordinate and organise and their processes. I mean, what can you see moving ahead that donor coordination perhaps looks like in practice in tackling these issues? And I think those of us that have been in this game for a while have heard donor coordination over and over again and sort of wondering whether it ever actually happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all have to recognize we're in a new context. And that's why today's meeting is actually very timely. And that new context means that the balance, we're not going to see a restoration of aid levels, but we are seeing the emergence of more players coming on the scene, which is making up some of the reductions. The Nutrition for Growth Summit in Paris is a very interesting example. The previous Nutrition for Growth Summit in Tokyo in 2021 got financial commitments of just over $27 billion for nutrition. In that, the US had contributed 11 billion. The meeting in Paris raised slightly more commitments, 27.5 billion, and the US contributed nothing. So the gap of 11 billion was made up by other actors, the multilateral banks, the private sector, and the private sector also came with commitments to engage more in nutrition through building it more into their portfolio and philanthropies. So that's the new context we're faced with. And then when it comes to decisions to be made at European level, Leonard spoke about strategic interests. I think Europe has to really see that it's in its own strategic interests to focus, to get a renewed focus on food and nutrition security for all objective reasons, and to build its relationship with Africa. So for me, I'm not speaking for the Irish presidency, but we're facing with decisions to make priorities for the second half of this year. And for me, the two big principles, or the two big priorities that Ireland should be hoping to work with Europe, a Team Europe approach, would be a bigger emphasis on food and nutrition security, bringing in the new actors, and a focus on Africa.
Thanks. And when you're saying the new actors, who are you?
I'm talking about the multilateral financial agencies.
Yep.
I'm talking about the sort of issues that Máximo was talking about, the mechanisms that need to be put in place to get the private sector more substantially involved.
Thanks, Tom. Lawrence, you've been working on the idea of an accelerator initiative, and that was launched at the UN Food Systems Summit in Addis Ababa this year. Yeah, it seems like a long time ago already, doesn't it? But it was only a few months. So could you just tell us a little bit of what that's about and how you see that working in relation to all the issues that have been put on the table so far this morning?
I can, but I'd really like to give you a very specific example of a private sector. So I'll do the accelerator very quickly. So the accelerator is co-led with FAO and Máximo, and I are the co-chairs of the technical committee. The idea behind the accelerator is born out of all the partners that are working on food system transformation. It's born out of their experience of the last 5 years. And it tries to do three things. It tries to partner with governments to do three things. First thing, governments have a really hard time going from a list of priorities in their plans to a set of bankable actions that are going to be unlocks for the system. They're going to be really important for a whole range of outcomes. So the first part of it is getting from the high-level priorities to really crafting a bankable action that is going to be an unlock for the rest of the system. Could be food safety, could be infrastructure, could be, it depends on the context. Second thing it's going to do is to build in private sector leveraging into that action. So whatever the action is, if it's food safety, build in Ugandan food safety companies, build in European food safety companies. That's the example. The third thing is to crowd in financing from IFIs, DFIs. Private sector's already there. So it's to do all three of those things in an iterative way, not linearly, not sequentially, because you don't want to have a beautiful thing that no one wants to invest in. So it's very simple to say, very difficult to do, and it involves lots of partners. But the very specific example I wanted to give you of the private sector, I think, because it relates to the question you asked Tom, and it relates to something Alexander said, is, and you've heard me say this before, workforce nutrition. Our World Bank colleagues said there are going to be lots of unemployed people, and there are lots of unemployed people, and going to be even more when the demographic transition peaks in Africa, and that's what most African politicians are really worried about. But as we said, agriculture is a really key generator of jobs, and there are a lot of people who have jobs in agriculture and food, but they don't. But their food security and nutrition is very poor in those jobs. So we run a program at GAIN with our partners called Workforce Nutrition, and it's a very simple idea. You improve the food that is provided to workers in the workforce on site. Most employers, even when in agriculture, all the way through to garment factories, they provide food. But it's usually very poor quality, nutritionally, it's just staples, basically. So the idea is to improve the quality of that food. It improves the nutrition of the employees, most of whom are young women who are going to have kids, probably, at some stage. But critically, why would the companies be interested in it? Because it improves their bottom line. It reduces absenteeism, it reduces accidents, it increases productivity, it reduces turnover, all those things that are costs to companies. So the companies love it, but only after someone else has paid for the setup. So that's what you use ODA for. You pay for the setup, show the companies it works, and they run with it. The benefit-cost ratios will be huge in terms of ODA spent for benefits generated, because 95% of the benefits are generated by private sector investment. My point, Alexander, and to others who say we need to be creative and form new partnerships, all the donors I talk to in the nutrition space say, sorry, we can't fund that because it's employment, right? It's the employment sector. So donors have to not only coordinate, they have to collaborate internally with themselves and with their others.
Thanks, Lawrence. Stefania, I'm wondering if I can come back to you for a moment and maybe even ask you to respond to a question that we've had online from Yasmin, who says, how can we strengthen the resilience of rural communities related to climate-related shocks? And I think, you were talking about linking to climate, linking to employment in your work. So, from a very practical sense, what does the investments that the World Bank is looking at deal with those day-to-day issues of local communities trying to struggle with climate change and trying to get more equitable access to nutritious food?
Yeah, I think that it's a very important question, and one that we have not yet discussed fully. But I mean, one of the issues that we have right now with the architecture as it stands is that really it really needs to move at the speed of real world needs, and it is not, because a drought or a flood can destroy years of progress in days. But financing often arrives only after the crisis has turned into a fiscal emergency. So countries need predictability, tools that prepare them before shocks hit and disburse quickly when they do. And so the World Bank has been looking into this for a long time, and we are still trying to improve the toolkit that we have. We launched the crisis response toolkit that basically include rapid response allocations, contingent credit lines, and also climate resilient debt clauses that are now used by more than 50 countries. So this is what we are trying to expand, but of course we cannot do this alone. I mean, we need it to be coordinated and work with others to make sure that these instruments work and arrive when they are needed.
Great, thanks. And flowing on from that, and I'll ask Máximo this question in a moment. I mean, we're all talking about trying to crowd in more private sector investment. How realistic is that? And what's the balance that's needed in terms of ODA funding to actually tackle the sort of issues that Lawrence just mentioned? So, how do we make sure we're not just creating a big pie in the sky of ambitions for what we'll get from the private sector that just may not be realistic at all?
No, look, it's not an easy task, no? For us, it has taken us 3 or more years to be able to understand how to operate with the private sector under the Hanehan initiative. Now it's starting to really work well, and we are able to coordinate these 3 legs, no? The technical, the private sector, and the financial de-risker. Bringing those 3 legs have helped us a lot to work with the private sector. But the way to look at this is how we can create these bankable projects and how we can assure that there is some de-risking of the first loss. And the bankable projects is where the information de-risks. But once it starts to work, the velocity could accelerate is significantly high. We have seen a significant growth of private companies coming to our investment forum. We started with 150, now we are around 500 companies coming to talk with the countries on specific investment plans, and we are facilitating this also with financial institutions. And it's something that we do not because FAO will get a share of that money, we don't get a cent of that money, but it's because we want those actions to happen in those countries because it's the way to reduce hunger. The other example where we are pushing and keep pushing is the issue that you were talking before, the issue of how we can attract a private sector into anticipatory action. No? The problem we have today is that most of the insurance tools in the world are exposed. So the shock happens and then you pay. And the FSFC and our risk facility, the situation room, is trying to change that paradigm by working with reinsurance companies so that they will trigger when there is a probability of a high probability of that event happening. So they won't wait for El Niño to happen. It will trigger months before the Niño happens because we can predict that better. The same with the cyclones, no? What happened just now in Jamaica and Cuba and so on. We can predict 5 or 6 days in advance or since the moment it touches a piece of land close to it, and therefore deliver cash quickly. And there is evidence that that works well. So all the frameworks that the World Bank was talking about are there in place to be able to deploy that. But what is the attraction of this? Is that you bring reinsurance money into it. Yes, you pay the premiums, but you multiply the coverage times 10. And you also know that the anticipatory action will give you 1 to 7. So for every dollar investment, you will get $7 in advance. But that's a huge change of the private industry of reinsurance because they will need to change their risk profiles. We already started with 3 risks in 3 countries with Munich Re, and the idea is to keep scaling this up. But it's a whole process of working with them so that they can build simplified risk profiles that they can use. And that's, again, what is technical de-risking. No? So if we are able to achieve that and we get the support we need to do that of the FSFC, then I think that could be a game changer because we'll attract enormous private sector through the reinsurance systems into emergencies and especially to anticipatory action.
So, Stefania, how is the World Bank, through its AgriConnect initiative, going to respond to the sort of issues and challenges that Máximo has just put on the table?
So with AgriConnect, we are focusing also a lot on 2 aspects. First, building resilience of small producers by giving them the tools that they need to improve their productivity, but also increase job opportunities. And secondly, the insurance part is also something that we are will be central to the AgriConnect model, really to make sure that, especially with the disaster risk management tools, that farmers have the instruments to be able to respond with shocks. And we are trying with IFC to bringing also the private sector into this space, which is not easy. We are doing this with Pula in many countries in Africa. But this is something that needs to be scaled up, and we have to find ways to make sure that these solutions also work with the private sector, and this requires also working in collaboration with partners, knowledge partners like FAO, to make sure that we really have also information and data on time to make sure that these insurance mechanisms can really work and be convincing and have a demonstration effect so that other private insurance can come into this space.
And how much you see bilateral donors working and connecting with what AgriConnect is trying to do, and what sort of different mechanisms and partnerships would you expect?
We have a lot of partnerships. First of all, partnerships are key for AgriConnect. It's an initiative that we've launched in October with IFAD, the African Development Bank, and the Inter-American Development Bank. But partnerships are essential. We're building on existing efforts. I mentioned before Gaspi, but we're working also with bilateral donors. For example, with the Italian government, Italy has launched during the G7 presidency a global coffee initiative, and the World Bank is happy to support these efforts because the idea is really to modernize coffee value chains, create jobs in coffee producer countries, with also strong involvement of the Italian private sector, but also of other private sector actors. So really partnerships for AgriConnect are key, simply because none of us can really face and address this challenge alone. So we're bringing as many partners that we can and bringing on initiatives that work.
Great, thank you. Carlo, coming back to you, because I think you had some more thoughts you might want to add and build on what you've just heard from Máximo and Stefania. But first, could I ask you a question that's come up in the chat, and that is how to deal with land tenure issues. I mean, we're talking often at quite high levels here, but I think we've got a very practical question of saying, in thinking about all of this financing, how do we make sure that the tenure issues that are so critical for small-scale agriculture are also considered in thinking about the future of financing?
Yeah, this is a crucial aspect. In fact, it's difficult, of course, to deal with the smallholder farmers when it comes to financing for development. We have to work more and more with the local institutions. And I think Stefania alluded to the coffee sector, where Italy is strongly involved. I just want to highlight one example of what we are doing in Ethiopia with the credit line that supports investment that generate high environmental and social impact in the Ethiopian coffee sector. And there is an impact assessment tool talking about innovative, in this case, impact financing that was specifically developed by the Politecnico of Milan to evaluate, monitor and reward impact result. So that the credit line that we have put up with the Commercial Bank of Ethiopia have attracted more than 70 applicants during the first call for proposals. And this demonstrates, on the one side, that we can reach out in the appropriate way to the smallholder farmers, and demonstrates also that there is a strong national demand for this. And I think this has created also a leverage effect because encouraged by this success, the Africa Finance Corporation has committed an additional 10 million euro that will further expand this facilities reach. Of course, this is just one example on the coffee sector, but the involvement of local smallholders farmers and precisely addressing all the issues that you were mentioning earlier on is a key endeavor. I just want to make another example, which is the Area Africa, a multi-country continental initiative designed to strengthen the domestic production and the food sovereignty of certain African countries. We started with Senegal, Ghana, and the Republic of Congo, and this is done by mobilizing both public resources and private sector co-investment. And precisely this program promotes agri-food production, which is then consumed and bought locally, and reduce the reliance and dependency on import of food staple from the international market. But this is done through upgrading of value chain from A to Z, rural employment, and also a high degree of investment on the training, and not only the training of the staff that is directly involved in the investment, but also of the surrounding community and ecosystem where the investment takes place. And I think this is also, let's say, a positive leverage effect, which goes beyond the actual profitability of the investment, but benefits the ecosystem where the investment takes place, including the cooperatives and the smallholder farmers that work around this investment. And this is not investment for food export, but it is investment for food, enhancing food sovereignty of the country, reducing their dependency from the international markets. And of course, Stefania alluded to the Global Coffee Initiative. We next month in January, our Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, will launch officially this initiative that we are, of course, structured. We have structured in partnership with the World Bank Group, but it's open, of course, to a variety of stakeholders, public and private. And we obviously rely upon very much on this new initiative, with setting up of an espresso fund within the context of the Agri-Connect initiative, and this will leverage, we hope, quite a lot of investment in the coffee value chains at the global level, involving private and public actors, but more importantly, taking into account the job creation dimension of the coffee sector, of course, not food security, but the importance for this sector to thrive as the international demand is rising. And we want, especially Africa and the poorer countries, to take advantage of this and modernize their sector. And again, here, smallholder farmers will play a pivotal role. We will make sure that together with the World Bank and the other investors, the investment reaches the last mile. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for those smallholder farmers to provide the necessary capital in order to modernize coffee plantations and the way they produce coffee. I'll stop here.
Thanks, Carlos. And I think that's a very good reminder that in all our discussions about the bigger picture financing, making sure that the whole financing ecosystem is really working at that last mile in a very practical way. And there are some very fundamental practical issues that have to be dealt there, including land tenure. We've had a couple of questions from online. So if there's people in the audience here that would like to raise some questions or just engage in the discussion, now's the time. You're most welcome. Have I got somebody that's running around with a mic for us? Or? Thanks, Leonard.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Tobias Reis. I'm with the Danish Agriculture and Food Council, and we represent farmers and cooperatives. It was very inspiring to hear that we are at this inflection point where there's really a need for new partnerships. Mr. Arnold, you might remember that back in Rome, you once led the task force Rural Africa. And one of the things that came out of that task force via Agriterra was the Cooperative Partnership for Climate Smart Food and Forestry, which subsequently partnered with the FAO and now are implementing a USD 50 million climate finance project for cooperatives in Kenya. And that has been co-designed by farming organizations in Finland, in Denmark, in the Netherlands, in Kenya, together with the FAO. Now, I'm saying this because when there is involvement and co-design with farming organizations, you also get the political support. And so I was wondering if panelists might feel that this is a time also to reach out to farming organizations. I mean, in Italy, those are important, like Coldiretti, Chia. In Ireland, you have the IFA. National farming organizations throughout the world, in the global north and south, to involve us in calling for more climate finance. And in doing that, perhaps also reconsider then the narrative that's sometimes been out there, which is to repurpose agriculture subsidies in the north, because I mean that's a hard one to engage on if you're representing farmers.
Thank you. I think a really interesting point there about how do you actually get the farming community to be an advocate for the sort of issues we're talking about. Would any of our panelists like to respond to that comment?
Yeah,
both. Yeah.
I mean, I chaired the task force on rural Africa, and it suggested that action needed to be taken on three fronts, three sets of relationships. government to government, business to business, and people to people. And that latter one is what you are talking about. I think we've made some progress in that, but that report was finished in 2019. And what has, I think, changed in regard to Africa is that Africa itself appears at long last to be getting its act together from a policy front. I think we need to recognize that the Kampala Declaration, which sets the scene for African agricultural, agri-food policy for the next 10 years, I think is very promising in terms of identifying the right priorities. But the big question is, can it be delivered? You've had a policy in Africa for 2 decades, the CAADP, which has consistently failed to deliver at country level. The question is, what can be done? And I think this is a bigger question for Europe. What can be done for Europe to collaborate in partnership with Africa to ensure that the Kampala Declaration is actually delivered?
And what's your answer to that?
Sorry?
And what's your answer to that?
I think it's a realistic engagement. It has to be about building the political will and the policy capacity at national level. That's the key factor which can either make it or break it.
Great, thanks. Lawrence, you wanted to jump in, and please, if there's other questions, yep, I'll come to questions here in a sec.
Great question, thank you. I think the farmer cooperatives, farmer organizations are very, very important politically, but I think they are also very important. Actually, all sort of enterprise support organizations are really important when it comes to finance, because in our sector, one of the key things about food and agriculture compared to energy or infrastructure is there are so many stakeholders, it's so fragmented. Big investors, 10 million is their minimum ticket size. So we need ways of aggregating up the investable proposition. And I think enterprise support organizations, of which farmer organizations are one type, are really critical.
Thanks. Let's take a couple of questions here.
I'm trying to hide a comment behind a question.
Feel free just to give the comment without a question.
After all the beautiful examples we had been listening to, my key question is, what do we have to do so that other sectors in 6 months' time are knocking at our door and are asking us, we need you, because we have problems and you have solutions. The employment sector, Laurence, we know that in Africa, hundreds of millions of young people will enter the labor market, and there is no labor market. So they will rely in one way or the other on agriculture and informal jobs. What is the role our sector can contribute as a solution? We know that global trade will be in even more turmoil. And we know that the trade people are really, really difficult. But what do we have to do that they knock at your door, Leonard, to say, sorry, we have a problem, can you help us with solutions? So I think we have to change the mindset that the other sectors realize we are not only competing for money, we have new solutions. But this requires going out of our comfort zone, having new ideas, and making very clear what is working on the ground. Translating the benefit of investing in food systems transformation into concrete examples. So far, we have only very few examples. We have very nice models, nothing to criticize, but do we have 10 examples where it has worked and where we can see the benefit and where we can scale up the projects? What last sentence I've learned in FAO, projects never fail, but unfortunately they also never scale. And we have to jump above this barrier, and the question is how to make us attractive for other sectors. And then we are a key player in the new world order.
Thanks, Alexander. I might take a question from you.
Thanks.
Leonard, at the same time.
Just to react a bit to what Tom said and react also to Alexander. I think the big challenge, which we didn't really much enter into, is domestic resource mobilization, also something of Sevi. One of the problems, as you know, Tom, of CAADP and probably Kampala, hopefully not, in the next 10 years, because we'll come in 10 years' time saying what happened in the last 30 years, is that African governments are not investing the 10% public expenditure that they should invest. Less than 10 do so. So that there is a bit of an issue here. Why should everyone goes to invest when a national government doesn't invest at scale? That's the first thing. I think the second thing is we have good, as Carlo knows, we work a lot on coffee. I think this is a full-time job for us. Coffee, cocoa, and cashew, good. We need to go beyond that because we really need to get a good story on agro-pastoralism, not mentioned at all, not a sexy subject. I just had a discussion before this meeting about vaccines and animal health. Doesn't feature at scale, I mean. So the dairy industry, is there a future for a dairy industry in Africa at scale, including in Nigeria, besides Eastern and Central Africa, Southern Africa? That's one. Aquaculture and fisheries, again, we are trying from the European Union to give a signal also with BMZ. We just launched, as you know, Máximo NAVAC with FAO. But again, blue foods, very important, but it's not getting traction at scale. And there are opportunities we know around blue foods and aquaculture and also bioeconomy. We just launched in the European Union a bioeconomy strategy, and this is also going to be a highlight in Grüne Woche. So I think if we can use these 6 months that Alexander mentioned with a focus on Africa, where we can say what is feasible and doable, but at scale, because there are lots of initiatives, we mentioned lots of billions, but what is being done by typology of both export crops and also local and regional markets. I think that could be a bit of a game changer in the next 6 months as we transition into the Irish presidency and beyond for the MFF.
Thanks, Leonard. Let me come to Máximo. Your hand went up very quickly when Alexander was asking how do we make ourselves relevant to other sectors.
No, thank you so much. And let me bring two topics. One is on trade that was mentioned. Clearly, what we are observing on trade is a big significant change from a global spaghetti bowl to a segmented spaghetti bowl. But the second issue is that our value chains are not necessarily now built up for efficiency, but are built up for what could happen, for the uncertainties and how they can respond to those uncertainties. And that will bring some inefficiencies, and we need to work on that. But that's basically how the world will be changing because of the trade uncertainties that we are facing. Now, one of the major challenges in Africa of the African Free Trade Agreement is not the tariffs, it's the non-tariff barriers. And the non-tariff barriers are linked to food safety issues and standards. And that's where I think clearly we can do at the scale. We need to have a food safety agency and support technically Africa to build up that food safety agency at the whole African level so that we can have the common standards and minimize the NTVs. That's a solution. That's something that we have been pushing, and I think that's something that can be built at the scale. Now, regarding the second element, more linked to what Leonard was saying, on coffee, we have a lot of progress. We are working in many countries now on coffee with our partners, of course, many of them here with the European Commission, with CDP, and many others, and the bank. Coffee, clearly, we have mapped all the value chains across and where there are opportunities and what are the types of investments that will play. And that's also at a scale, looking not only at the governments, but also working with the farmer groups, with the associations, horizontal coordination, but with the private sector, with the ELIs of the world and the other companies that are interested on this. So there, I think we have a potential scale. But also we need to understand that, for example, when we look at milk, I was just in a country, I won't mention the name, but immediately they have the capacity to develop not only milk production, but they have also capacity to develop aquaculture. The major challenge is feed. How we resolve the problem of feed. And for feed, you need soybeans, you need maize, and other elements, oil, and so on and so forth. Now, they were immediately thinking on producing wheat and producing maize, and producing soybeans, and so on. And the question was, is that what you really need to produce, or you can import that from other countries which have rich efficiency and focus more on the plant to be able to combine those inputs and to create the value? Because if they import the feed, it's not profitable for them. But they have the capacity and the environment to do aquaculture. So I think we need to be very careful in advising those countries on what is a priority for them, and don't think that they have to build the whole package and produce the whole package, because that will be inefficient.
Thanks, Máximo. Great points there. Stefania, I know that you have to go in a couple of minutes, so I can see your hand up. So I might invite your input, and if you've got any last reflections from this discussion in case you need to jump off.
No, absolutely. So I just want to see, also to react to what has been said, and the question about what is needed for the other sectors to see agriculture as a solution. And I think that one thing that has to change is really also the perception, because the agriculture continues to be seen as a safety net, and this needs to change, because agriculture really needs to start being treated as a job engine. The issues today is not really to absorb the fact that the labor markets don't exist, is that in many developing countries they are informal, they are fragmented, they are disconnected from opportunities, and agriculture already absorbs a huge share of workforce, but too often without productivity skills or pathways forward. So the real shift is really how we make agri-food systems a structured entry point into the labor market, and especially for young people.
Thank you. And I can see Natasha Hayward from GAFSP. You have your hand up. Please, comment, question.
Thank you. I do have a couple of comments and a bit of a question, but thanks to you and the panels for all the speakers so far, including this panel. So I just wanted to react. I think maybe it was in Alexander's initial comments that he'd talked about, the need or the opportunity for new tools and partnerships. And I did just want to offer a little note of caution in our current environment, right, where we are discussing the challenge of reduced ODA and fragmentation. And it's really an encouragement to not necessarily look to creating new tools and partnerships, but to reflect on the existing tools and partnerships that we have at our disposal. Of course, I'm speaking here, I'm the global lead for food nutrition security for the World Bank, but I serve as the program manager for GAFSP, which Stefania also mentioned. This is a financing and partnership platform that really seeks to leverage the existing partners that are out there, right? That includes the Rome-based agencies, FAO, IFAD, WFP. It also includes the regional MDBs and the World Bank Group. So it's really trying to utilize the existing multilateral players and the expertise that is out there. And part of its objective is also to try and reinforce other existing platforms like CADP that was just mentioned by Máximo. So in our upcoming country-led call for proposals in 2026, the relationship with CADP is really going to be uppermost in terms of how to incentivize countries to move in the right direction on their commitments. I also just wanted to comment briefly on the both the challenge and the opportunity of de-risking. And I really recognize, I think, what Alexander said about, is it enough? We've already had, DFIs and different partners in the space trying to use blended finance solutions, including through GAFSP. And I think some really great examples, but it has been a challenge even with the available ODA and kind of concessional finance there to try and structure these solutions for de-risking and blended finance. It has not yet been enough. And so I think, again, I do wonder if our expectations are going to be, they're very high right now as to how de-risking to bring in increased private sector solutions is going to be the answer. And so also just to reflect on what Máximo said on the kind of the technical de-risking as well. I mean, experience really shows us it's not just the financial piece of the puzzle, it's also the technical piece of the puzzle. And through GAFSP, these two pieces really have to go hand in hand, to steal a phrase. But it's the advisory solutions as well as the investment solutions that really have to come together. And again, so many useful remarks. Máximo talked about the risk profiles at the country level. I think we have to really be mindful of risk profiles also of the client, right? So blended finance is one solution, and it's one solution at one end of the continuum, pointing towards the more mature producer organizations, agribusiness, and so on. But I think we can't neglect the whole continuum of needs, right, and the risk profiles of smallholder producer organizations that are not yet ready. And that's where I think donors have to think really carefully about how grants can be super well targeted to that end of the spectrum. And maybe just my little question is, you know, in this environment, we do see donors somewhat understandably retreating into their bilateral territory. And for me now more than ever, it's really a moment to actually encourage, as I said, leveraging existing partnerships can efficiently use their resources through some of the multilateral players. So what can we do to try and encourage and retain that spirit? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natasha, for connecting a whole lot of issues there for us. And actually, you spoke to what I wanted to ask our panellists for some final wrap-up comments before I think we need to think about morning tea. What is it that the members of the donor platform should be doing fundamentally different over the next 12 months to move this agenda forward? And also any other final reflections you might have. And I think we've got 5 minutes for all of us to have a quick final comment.
I think we should pay close attention to what Natasha has just said. We're operating in a resource-constrained environment, which isn't going to get better, I think. There are new players coming on into the frame, particularly the private sector, and we just need to find ways of doing things better. And certainly, I don't think we need another round of initiatives. We should be building on what we have.
Great. So building on what's there and not reinventing a whole lot of new initiatives. Lawrence.
Thank you. 3 quick points. For donors, don't wait. Don't wait for the dust to settle. There might be nothing for it to settle on. So don't be paralyzed. Be thoughtful, but act. Lives are at stake. You may not invest in the perfect thing, but you'll invest in something that is moving the needle forward. Second point, to Alexander's point, how do we build these unusual new partnerships? I think the only way to do it is to really understand the partner that you're trying to build a relationship with, as you would in any relationship building exercise. Understand what drives them, what motivates them, what success looks like to them, what they're trying to achieve, and then don't ask them for favors, right? We can help you achieve your outcome by doing X, Y, and Z. And I think the white paper that the Global Donor Platform produced started a good list of things that, investments that pay off in non-food sectors that pay off, investments in the food sector that pay off in jobs, in climate, in resilience, whatever. So I think actually expand that and keep that going. And my final point really is on the transactional issue. And I'm actually quite comfortable with the transactional stuff. And any program or project or initiative that is built has to be really clear about what are the different stakeholders going to give and what are they going to get. And that's how you build something to last. So I think we shouldn't be too apologetic about the transactional work and just really make it work for us. In my country that I grew up in, the UK, when a monarch ends, I'm getting flowery because of your language, Alexandra. When a monarch dies, a new regime comes into place, and they say, the king is dead, long live the king. Well, in many ways, aid is dead, but long live aid. It just look different in the future.
Thanks, Loris. Maximo, last words of wisdom for us?
No, thank you. I fully agree with what has been said before of build on what we have. I think that is what will help us to converge. And when I refer to converge, it's not only money coming from one donor, BMZ or the European Commission, is the power that they also have in all the MDBs because they sit in the boards. They are the bigger shareholders of MDBs. So we are able to bring pool investment into actions and programs that already know that they work. I think that's where we will get complementarities, and catalytic impacts. So don't think isolated, think as the whole ecosystem that we have in place and and the second thing, and this is something that we have not discussed, but which I think is essential, we cannot move in the dark. And moving in the dark, both in emergencies and in development, is having no data. The assumption that artificial intelligence will resolve all our problems of data, or satellite information will resolve all our problems of data, is not correct. They will complement and they can help us to move faster. But we need to invest in data to be able to bring lights to our decisions, to better target in the case of emergencies, and to better design projects that are for today and tomorrow in terms of sustainable development. So I think it's a public good that people assume as granted, and we are forgetting that they require resources to be able to bring all that data and statistical information in place, together with new technologies of artificial intelligence and satellite information. But we need all of them. It's not that we need one and forget the rest. There is no artificial intelligence if you don't have historical data behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Máximo. Carlo.
Well, there is no magic formula, of course. So I think for the next 12 months, our commitment is to do it better, which means when it comes to food security and sustainable food systems, more and more collaborative mechanisms. I think shared platforms rather than fragmented initiatives, joint pipelines, multi-stakeholder governance, and financing that follows projects from preparation to implementations. But most importantly, of course, listening carefully our partners and the priorities that they set for themselves. And this goes two ways, in a way, not only for us to make sure that what we are doing corresponds to their priority, but we should be more insisting on our partners to put in a way their tongue where their mouth is. I think Leonard said something very important. We should not persuade our private or public investors to invest in faraway geographies, particularly in food and agriculture, if their own institutions, their own investors are not doing the same. I mean, sovereign funds in Africa are not investing in Africa, are not investing in their agri-food systems. And I think I don't want to do the apology of transactional approach, but I think there is also a shared responsibility also by our partner countries. If they identify priorities, they should be able also, with our help, to direct some of their resources towards those priorities.
Thank you, Carlo. And look, thank you to our whole panel. I think that's been a really fascinating insight into the challenges. I think one of the things that strikes me is the agri-food sector is perhaps one of the most complex sectors of all. And I think that's come out through the many different dimensions we've talked about here. And we often talk about coordination. And I think we're not so much talking about coordination between different organisations and institutions, but coordination between all of the different mechanisms that enable that very complex sector to work. And if we want that coordination to happen, it has to be invested in. So, perhaps one of the things we really need to be thinking about as members of the donor platform is how do you make sure we are actually investing in the oil that makes all of those mechanisms work. So I think that wraps us up for this session. Let me invite you to take a 20-minute coffee break and we'll rejoin. We're a few minutes behind, so if we could keep the coffee break as tight as possible, that would be fantastic. And a big round of applause to our panellists.
So in the last session, Tom Arnold mentioned it's also about policies which are implementable at the country level. So when I announced this session, it says catalysing finance and an impact for agri-food systems, you're going to say, was that not what the last session was about as well? Yes, it is. But in this session, it is really very much about examining the approaches required to catalyse finance and enhance impact within agri-food systems, specifically at the country level. So the speakers will address coordination among, first of all, the private sector actors, then second of all, development finance institutions, and third of all, government counterparts. And particularly how to strengthen these in pursuit of investment, sharing risk and accelerating delivery. So in doing so, this is very much about looking for practical solutions which enable policies and partnership models. And there will be a particular focus on scalability for farmers, SMEs and rural communities. So this is really about where the rubber hits the road in what we've been discussing until now. And now to that effect, I would just like to very much welcome our panellists. We have Tim Diphoorn from the Europe Director Business Development, One Acre Fund. Then also here in the room in person is Rodrigo Madrazo. He's the CEO of EDFI Management Company. And our other three panellists are all online. First of all, we're honoured to welcome Ambassador Khusrav Nosiri. He's the Assistant Director General of the Islamic Organization for Food Security, or IOFS. We have another familiar face, Songbe Lee, who is an independent advisor and former agricultural finance team lead at USAID. And finally, last but not least, also Alexandre Rutikanga. He is Chief Technical Advisor, Ministry of Agriculture and Natural Resources of the Republic of Rwanda, and also the National Dialogue Convener. So welcoming these 5 panellists, with no more ado, Jim, the floor over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bruce, and welcome back everybody, and welcome to our colleagues online. So we would like to get this session to go a little bit deeper into the practicalities of getting finance right for the agri-food sector. Let me start just by a very quick reaction from each of our panellists, and then we can go into more detail. But my starting question is, what's one thing we should stop doing, and what's one thing we should double down on to improve the impact of agri-food finance? Tim, why don't I start with you?
Well, thank you. Zero pressure here. So my name is Tim Diphoorn. I'm the Europe Director of Business Development at One Acre Fund. And One Acre Fund is a non-profit social enterprise. And we work with 5.5 million smallholder farmers in Africa. I think that Máximo said it very well on his slide, is that we need tailored solutions, different risk profiles, different investments, and not a one-size-fits-all solution. I think the agri-food sector is very diverse, very complex. And for One Acre Fund, we work primarily with smallholder farmers, and we have an agri-finance solution that couples high-quality inputs on credit with training and market facilitation. And it's run as a social enterprise, which means it's blended. So we attract debt from lenders, we raise grants from donors, and we raise revenues from farmer repayments. And this allows 70% of that model to be funded by farmers themselves. They're actually paying for this model, which I think is quite interesting. However, we still need grants. It's still a very risky endeavor that we're trying to do. The problem we're trying to solve, the farmers that we're targeting, it's not a commercially viable solution. That's the reality. What we are trying to do is bring down the grant funding. So we're at 30% now, and we try to bring this down to 15%. But I want to be clear, this is not a commercially viable investment. However, we can attract concessional finance, we can attract private sector engagements, governments, etc., and we can make it much more efficient. But what we're trying to solve for this segment, and we're talking about credits between 50 and 150 USD, this is a challenge that needs grant funding. That's one thing, but then on the other side, we see that there's potential with agri-SMEs in the value chain. So if you're looking at commercial crops, if you're looking at farmers that maybe have more capabilities, have more risk profile or can participate. And so there, a coordinated approach with different SMEs in the value chain can make a difference. And there potentially there is commercial viability. We do see that. But these are bigger investments, different instruments, different risk profiles, different returns. So my point is, it's a combination, but it's not one size fits all.
And when you look around at the scene at the moment, what's one thing you would say to donors? Just stop doing that.
I think it's this idea that that one solution will cover it all.
Okay.
It's a very simple way of saying it. But if we talk about ODA funding, I think the post-ODA funding goes way wider than that. And I think it's what Lawrence just said, I think is a good thing. It's not dead, but we're going to go to a new phase. Yeah.
So you're emphasising how important grant funding remains, but that really has to be properly integrated into the finance mechanisms to have an impact.
Yeah, maybe just to follow up on that, it's also skilled things that work. I think there's so many things out there already working, and there's a tendency to go for new, shiny, cool things, new innovations. Mm-hmm. But sometimes there's already something that's there, that's working, that's having impact. Yeah. Let's focus on that.
Thanks. Rodrigo, what would you ask people to stop, and what's something you'd like them to double down on?
Good morning. Thank you very much for the question, which, by the way, reminds me of our corporate coach, the coach we have in our company. So I hope to be well trained to give you an answer. What should we stop? Maybe I would say we should stop fooling ourselves. And when I say this, what I mean at the end is that there is no free lunch, and we cannot do magic. Remember that in 2015, in the United Nations Development Finance Conference in Addis Ababa, the adagio from billions to trillions got very popular, but this is adding 3 zeros. So if we talk in terms of mobilization or multiplier, this is a 100-time multiplier. And sorry about this, but this is science fiction. I have never, ever seen it. So if in the future prospects for ODA are gloomy, and given the international scene, it is deemed to decrease, I'm afraid that the gap will widen. And when I say the gap, I refer to the gap between bankable projects that can attract commercial financing are non-bankable projects that rely on concessional funding. So we need to be realistic. This is the thing I would try to double down. In the case of our company, in the case of EDFI Management Company, the asset management company of the European Development Finance Institutions, we are very much specialized in blended finance. And at the end, the goal is using concessional resources, using official development aid, the most scarce and valuable resource, to mobilize other more risk-averse resources. This is not magic, but
we wish it was.
Yeah, but I think this is the best tool we have. And in our case, what we do is using concessional resources for both non-bankable projects, and we call it market creation. We use a fund that is granted or funded by the European Commission called the Agriculture Financing Initiative, or AgriFi, to invest in high-risk, early-stage businesses. And normally we try to de-risk others, meaning that we try to be the first in investing in the company and normally take the most or the riskiest financing tranches.
So maybe we can come back and hear in more detail about that after we've heard from the other speakers.
Let me add only one small thing, and then there is also projects that are in the limit between bankability and non-bankability, and those projects need a nuance. Need a nudge. And this is why we use guarantees, also provided by our main funder, which is the European Commission. And in this case, a bit of de-risk is enough to crowd in others, including development finance institutions, commercial banks, and others. So I think this is a good methodology that doesn't generate miracles, but I think it is the best we have.
Great. And I'm going to unpack a lot of that in more detail with you shortly. Ambassador, thank you very, very much for joining us today. So, I mean, perhaps over to you. And what do you see as some of the things that the donor community needs to be doing to really drive forward investment in the sector? And what should we not be doing?
Thank you. Thank you and good day. I thank you for this opportunity. I appreciate the chance to share what we are learning from our member states. Let me be honest. As an intergovernmental organization focused on implementation and programming, we are not the ones writing the big
sorry, Ambassador,
checks.
could I just hold you? Is there any possibility your microphone could be a little bit closer to you?
Now it's closer. Now it's better.
That's a little bit better. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I appreciate the chance to share what we are learning from our member states. Let me be honest. As an intergovernmental organization focused on implementation and programming, we are not the ones writing the big checks, but we are on the ground, working not only with our 41 member states of IFS, but all 57 OIC countries. And we see what's needed to make private investment actually happen. First, we are seeing that trust matters. In many of our member states, private investors are hesitant because they don't know the context or perceive too much risk. What's helping is when we can work with governments to create clearer policies, better data, and more transparent systems. Through our governance programs, we help countries develop food security frameworks that give investors confidence. It's basic work, but it makes a difference. Second, working across borders helps create scale. Our region faces a $65 billion food deficit. We are importing far more than we should need to, but we also have significant production capacity in different countries. The challenge is connecting them. A smallholder farmer in one country, a processing facility, and in other markets in a third. When these get linked, you create opportunities that are big enough for investors to consider. That's why we established IFAD, International Islamic Food Producers Association, with the mission to facilitate these kind of cooperation through building these connections though building these connections takes time. Third, we can reach places others cannot. In Afghanistan, Yemen, Sudan, Palestine, we have operational access because we are part of the OIC family. This means we can help with on-the-ground implementation in contexts where private investors need support to even begin thinking about engagement. But frankly, we need a lot more to unlock finance at scale. First is capacity. Only four of the world's top 100 food science universities are in our region. Our countries need more expertise in agriculture, in food processing, in modern farming techniques. We run training programs and capacity building, but this is a long-term effort that requires everyone's support. Second, we need help simplifying things. Our member states are very diverse, from advanced economies to some of the least developed nations. Each has different rules, different systems. For an investor, navigating these is complicated and expensive. We are working on coordination through our new strategic plan, but we can't do this alone. And finally, third, patient partnership. Transforming food systems take years. We need development partners who understand this and can stay engaged for the long term, helping to prepare the ground so that when private investment comes, it can actually succeed. As a regional organization trying to serve 41 diverse countries, we don't have magic solution, but we are committed to the hard work of building capacity, improving governance, and creating the conditions where investment can flow to the farmers and communities who need it most. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And I think it was interesting to hear your reflections that spoke to what Máximo was saying earlier about how important it is to get the de-risking data, if you like, or get the information you need to make a good business case for investing. Songbei Lee, thank you so much for joining us. I think you're now working in an independent role, which we hope enables you to speak fairly freely about your tremendous experience you have in this space. So, from your sense and all your work engaging with the donor community, what should we not be doing and what should we be doubling down on?
Yeah, it's great to be here, and you're right. Hopefully I can speak. Hopefully I spoke freely before, and we'll try to continue doing that now. But I would say the one thing I would suggest donors to stop doing is announcing new activities. I would love for everyone to sign a moratorium for maybe a year to stop announcing new activities. And I know it's part of the process. I was absolutely a participant in that process. We have events, we need announceables, and sometimes it is the best way to get funding. But I think we can all agree that it does lead to lots of inefficiencies. So instead of that, what I would suggest to do is not necessarily announce a new activity, but announce a new commitment to an existing activity. And the main criteria I would propose, it has to have at least 3 donors already involved. We know then that this is something that's already been designed, already been piloted, already been vetted. And we all talk about cooperation and collaboration, but this is one concrete way to do it. And I'll just throw out 3 quick examples. You have FASA, the First Lost Fund of Funds in Africa. Hugh from IMP, I think, is in the room there if people want to learn more. If you want to work through banks, we have ASELI Africa. I think Sarah is also in the room if people want to learn more. And of course, if you want to work direct with smallholder farmers, you really can't think of a better organization than One Acre Fund.
Thank you very much, Songbei, and we'll come back to unpack that a bit. Just a reminder to those online and those in the audience here, we'd like to get this into as much of a dialogue and questions as possible, so please let us know if you'd like to ask a question or say something. Rodrigo, let me come back to you to just unpack a little bit more blended finance. And everybody seems to be saying, look, blended finance is an obvious way to go, yet neither donors nor the private sector seem to be putting that much money into blended finance. Why not, and what can be done about it?
Well, blended finance is at the end a mix of concessional resources sorry, and concessional and commercial resources. And at the end, well, it is up to the manager to be wise to get the most out of the concessional resource. We normally say that we try to minimize concessionality because we know that we need to take care of the scars of the concessional resource. And then, well, let me also elaborate a bit on our institution and at least the European Development Finance institutions, which are very much specialized in providing blended finance solutions. Now they are put under pressure because if in the future concessional resources ODA will decrease, how can we do more? Can development finance institutions be bolder? And here again, I will also call for some realism. Development finance institutions are at the end state-owned, and they have a balance sheet, and the mandate they have from the government is You need to preserve your capital, you need to preserve your balance sheet, and eventually, you need to give some profits, you need to give a reasonable return. So this is the mandate of European development finance institutions. It is not easy to be bolder, but at the same time, development finance institutions are experts and are outstanding asset managers, so they can manage different types of money, concessional money or commercial money. Many donors, including national governments, provides them or provides us with concessional pockets of money. And here, if I were on the shoes of the donors, I think part of their duty is, yes, of course, provide us with blended finance solutions, try to mobilize capital from the private sector, and then let's please report, and we are going to audit on your results. Let me refer to an example. I have many of them, but for example, when talking about social inclusion, smallholders without access to finance, this is one of the typical domains where blended finance solutions are claimed. Smallholders normally are perceived as a high risk for banks. Smallholders ask for very small amounts of money, and this is not interesting for banks. And of course, they cannot provide collateral or a credit or a great history. So at the end, a good way of reaching out to those people, those smallholders, is through microfinance institutions. Last year, for example, we provided a €2 million equity, which is very important, equity injection to Agora Microfinance in Zambia, to reach out to underserved smallholders. And so far, they have reported that 94% of smallholders have already reported an increase in income, and 84% of them report that it is the first time they access to finance. So it works. It can be done, because at the end they have access, thanks to those microloans, to seeds, fertilizers, better practices, and at the end this is the key to increase productivity. When doing blended finance, you normally take on high risk. I have set up this example and also the results that I think need to be audited, but we all need to be conscious that when dealing with high risk deals, 1 out of 3, to say something, goes all right, like this one. A second one maybe struggles to survive, and normally the third one goes burst. So this is the domain where we move, and this is where the domain where we try to unfold blended finance solutions.
And is the risk in the agri-food sector as high as people perceive it to be? So is it a perception problem or is it a reality problem from your view?
I would say both. I don't know, if you go to Zambia, if you go to Angola, just because of the country, the risk is super high. But I think when you compare, and in this case, Edfi Management Company is a sector agnostic company, meaning that we manage different pockets of money. Is there a gap between agriculture and other sectors? In our experience, agriculture is not one of the riskiest. Mm-hmm. For example, we have taken on a lot of risk in the space of access to energy, providing rural populations with different off-grid solutions, and non-performing loans and default rates are higher in this domain rather than in agriculture.
Okay, great. Well, we might come back to the risk story a bit more. Tim, how do you see the opportunities for really leveraging limited finance to have the maximum impact from the work you're doing? And particularly, what does that mean in terms of how you link grant finance, technical assistance, loans, funding that maybe comes through businesses for finances? So how do you see that whole finance ecosystem working or not working to achieve the maximum leverage potential?
Well, I can speak on our experience in the core program that we run, which is an agri-finance bundle that combines microcredit. So I'm definitely completely on board with what you were just saying, about the importance of microcredit, microfinance institutions. So we offer that, but we couple that also with, and I would like to say first mile delivery. We always say last mile, but actually farmers are the first, I would say. So first mile delivery and then training and market facilitation. It's that combined bundle that we provide in tandem that I think is different, but that requires different instruments to make it work.
And what are those different instruments?
So like I said, we get concessional capital. So we work with some DFIs, we work with impact investors, we work with foundations and high net worth individuals. And then we have grants from, for instance, the Dutch government, but other foundations, philanthropy mainly. And then, like I said, revenues. But also the Dutch government provides a guarantee as well, to a certain extent. So we have a 96% loan repayment, but that 4% is still a loss that we incur. And so they contribute a share of that loss every year. And that has been extremely powerful. That has catalyzed other lenders to come in. So recently we had Proparco come in, Rabobank, they did a trade finance deal with us. And yeah, so these things help, these things work, these guarantees. I think that's, yeah.
So a message from your side to donors would be, if you want to leverage, put more money into first loss guarantees.
Definitely, and then it's the impact on the ground. So every year we have MEL surveys where we compare 1 acre fund farmers with control farmers, and every year we can say with confidence that 1 acre fund farmers have 40% increase in profits compared to their controls. So that's an impact, and that's what gets some of these concessional lenders in the end to come on board. They're still getting a return. It may not be they're not making a lot of money, but they're still getting some return. And it's impact at the end of the day, and verified impact that we can really show them.
Yeah. So of course what the lenders hate is lots of small ticket sizes. So how are you managing to deal with the microfinancing side, with the larger loans in an efficient way that enables you to operate?
It's very complicated. Time consuming. We have an investor relations team that handles all the lenders. So it's a working group, and that's a different team that handles that. But then we have our teams on the ground that issue these loans. But it requires quite some investments. But we have done it in such a way that it has become scalable. You see, this model started out with 40 farmers in Western Kenya in 2006. This bundle will reach about 2.5 million next year. So you can imagine that has scaled. And it's the efficiencies that we build in. So with every area that we start, we work with field officers. So these are people from the villages, remote. They're farmers themselves. They know the community. And we start with one field officer reaching maybe 100 farmers, but that can scale to 500. So your unit economics, it costs the same for that one field officer, but you can then reach a wider group. And so your costs don't go up, but your revenue goes up. So my point is that you can build in a system that scales and that becomes more efficient, so your resources also don't need to go up as well.
And can you tell us something about how your dependency as an organisation on grant financing has changed over time?
So we've seen it, we're steadily, like I said, now it's about 30%, and we're projecting that at some point it will reach 15%. By 2030, that's the projection. Yeah. So our revenues will go up further. And that's not only, by the way, on loan repayments, but it's also working on more commercial crops, value chains. We see there's a lot of growth potential there because a lot of the farmers we've been working with over the years, they also have more capabilities to participate in these. It's not all of them. I mean, there's still a long way to go, but there's a segment that's definitely can do that. So we will see that widen out. And what we measure is a social return on investment. So we take our average impact, which is around $100 per farmer. We take the donor funding that's needed, which is around 20. So it's 100 divided by 20 is 5. So it's 5 to 1 is your leverage, basically. We want to increase that up to 8, basically, by 2030.
Great, thanks. Fascinating story, and again, I think lots of insights for what to invest in for getting scaling. Ambassador, maybe I could come back to you. Could you give us some practical examples of what you see working in your region that you think are scalable, and what would be needed to take them to scale? Oh, sorry, Ambassador. I think you're muted. I hadn't realised.
What about now?
We're hearing you loud and clear now. Thank you.
It's clear now?
Yes, that's clear.
Thank you. Sorry for this technical issues. In a rapidly changing world, collaboration has become the most critical enabler of competitiveness, while partnerships with individual companies are valuable. IFS has learned that working with collectives and enabling entities far greater acceleration and impact. To support this approach, IFS has promoted within its network a range of platforms, such as I mentioned before, the International Islamic Food Producers Association, IFPA, and involvement in Global Food Security Summit. These bodies serve as connective ecosystems, bringing together food manufacturers from multiple countries under a structured and efficient engagement model. Our method focuses on identifying the right representative entities within each country, connecting with the leadership and operational teams at appropriate levels, facilitating industry participation in exhibitions, catalogs, and knowledge-sharing forums, enabling the adoption of best practices and proven models. Through these mechanisms, companies are able to showcase their products internationally, plug into regional and global value chains, gain visibility and market access, improve operational standards and competitiveness, proven impact across countries. The IFS experience in countries such as UAE, Qatar, Bangladesh, and Nigeria shows that empowered enabling entities significantly accelerate national and sectoral progress. When these entities are supported rather than bypassed, they become catalysts that drive industry participation, enhance coordination across stakeholders, strengthen policy to market linkage, expand the footprint of national food producers globally. To unlock this value, development actors must adopt a mindset of openness and collaboration, actively leveraging the insights, channels, and networks of these enabling organizations. When government bodies, development agencies, and industry associations work together, the speed and quality of outcomes in the food sector increase dramatically. And in conclusion, the IFS experience makes one point clear. Programs co-designed with enabling entities lead to faster growth, stronger participation, and improved food security outcomes. As the global food landscape evolves, this collaborative approach is not only beneficial, it is essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, and very nice to hear that emphasis on creating the whole collaborative ecosystem that I think is needed. And I think one of the implications of what you're saying is investing in individuals and organisations who can be those boundary brokers working across finance, agriculture, government to create those connections is obviously a really important point. Songbei, coming back to you, what's your take on the future of blended finance? And what are the implications of that for the donor community?
Thanks. I'd like to highlight three things. The first thing is I think there's a lot of talk about, definitely in this environment of lower ODA, that we need to increase that, which I agree with. But my emphasis is definitely on the better allocation of existing ODA. And I think that's an area that we should work more on, because I think that's the best way to show the argument for increasing it in the future. And I think some of the work that's being done right now by the GDPRD working group on blended finance on developing a framework called the Catalytic Capital Framework is a good example of that For folks who want to learn more, please reach out to Maurizio at the GDPRD. The second thing, and it's been highlighted, is data. I think we need to have better data. People talk about more transparent data, better data. When you are designing an activity, and I can talk directly from experience I've seen at USAID, we need to have good data to design the activity, but too often I'll see the activity start with the solution and then try to apply it to the problem without really understanding it. So I'll ask, well, where do we have data? And they say, no, we don't have data. It's just a known limitation. My response to that, then, don't design the activity around the solution. Design the activity to collect the data. I think a corollary to that data has to be rigorous. I think a great example is the data that One Acre Fund collects that Tim was mentioning on the impact. Another is the loan economics data on bank lending that Aceli collects. And the last point I'll make is the overemphasis on mobilization ratios. Yes, they are important. Yes, they'll probably remain in the headlines, but I think the priority should be additionality. Because with low additionality, you can generate almost any mobilization ratio you want. So those two, I think, need to be really more concretely linked together.
Thanks. I'm not sure whether you're prepared to have a stab at this question or not, Sangray, but if you have a rough idea of where particularly bilateral donors are currently putting their funding, how would you like to see them shift that in a big picture way? And there's often been a lot of discussion that donors have a lot of investment in individual fragmented projects at the national level. How could they be shifting their entire portfolio to meet the coming challenges?
I think the approach, I'll answer your question specifically and then a more general approach. The first thing is it was great to see the kind of projects that we supported when I was at USAID was with other bilateral donors. And we turned out to be really important because when USAID disappeared, those projects continued. I mean, that's just, a basic premise of finance is you want diversification of funding sources. And that's something that really carried these projects through. And I think, the ones that I mentioned, was sponsored by Norway, USAID came in, FCDO, the UK, Korea, and that's in FASA. Aceli, the number of bilateral donors, there's too many to go through right now. I think they're up to 8 or 9. So I think two parts about that is that we need to continue supporting those activities. These, I think everyone will agree, these are long-term interventions. Yes, we can make them more efficient, but at the end, the subsidy will likely continue for the foreseeable future. That will be necessary, and then this continuation of the more sharing and discussion between the bilateral donors of their portfolios. I think that we're pitching our own governments about these activities. I think we should be pitching each other so we can find out what are the successes and getting other people to other donors to join along with us.
Thanks, Sangray. Let me invite anybody in the audience here or online to raise questions or have a comment on this. So just put your hands up or put something in the chat as we move through the discussion. Rodrigo, if you weren't talking to this audience, but we went and maybe just grabbed 100 people off the street outside, and you wanted to tell them a good story about what we're doing, what would the story be that you'd tell them?
Well, I could refer to plenty of them, but taking into account that we are talking about blended finance and mobilization, let me go again to a very specific example. Food company in Tanzania. Very innovative business model and aggregator and distributor of fresh produce. And we, thanks to the concessional funding provided by the European Commission, are the first lender to the company. This is a great endeavor because it allows the whole chain to reduce post-harvest loss. It also allows smallholders a direct contact with the aggregator and the distributor of fresh produce, and this contributes to increasing prices at origin. And at the end, this is including revenues for small holders. 2 or 3 years later, thanks to the same investment fund, Agrifi, we provide the second loan, this time in local currency, even more difficult. And it was used to expand the capacity and in particular to buy trucks, basically. And 2 years later, the first DFI, in this case it was the Belgian DFI, Bio, pitched in with a loan, double than ours. So this is the right scale, and this is a right way of mobilizing others. And if I could foresee the future, the happy ending for this story is that maybe in 2 years, a commercial bank could pitch in and allow this company to be fully commercial, fully bankable.
And what are the key factors that underpin that success? Well, if you wanted to repeat that there and somebody was going to do it, what would you say are the 3 things you've got to get right if you want this to happen?
But you mean from the financing point of view, or for the company point of view?
From the financing, the whole story that you're telling as a success story. What underpinned that success?
Well, at the end, it is an effort, and what is needed is someone to be ready to take the first step. And this is very difficult to be done, I insist, in the non-bankable domain. And in this case, it was done thanks to this concessional resource. And a first step is always needed. And then I would like, if I may, to pick one of the ideas that was dropped. We need to mobilize financing at a scale. And I fully agree. But based on these case studies I am referring to, I need also to recall everyone that it is difficult and even dangerous. Let me refer to a case in my home country, in Spain. 20 years ago, the government decided to commit itself to increase by 25% ODA. And the government relied basically on the cooperation agency. What happened? It was a disaster from my point of view because of absorption capacity. Spending and investment capacity has got its limit. And if at the end, if you say we are going to have this increase or we are going to invest at a scale by decree, the risk is that you might end up in waste or even corruption. So at the end, and going back to what should I recommend also for case studies, is the work that needs to be done before the success. And I think the chief economist of FAO referred to a lot of good examples on how to make projects feasible and bankable. Information is required. Technical assistance to put local businesses in good shape is required. So those first steps in creating deal flow, pipeline, investment opportunities are needed. Then we can talk about mobilization at scale.
Yeah. You were joking earlier on about management training. I'm just wondering whether you could say something about the individuals that sit behind what you're talking about. I mean, do we need a particular sort of individual that has a particular mindset, a particular set of skills to be able to broker this complex set of relationships? And I think that comes back a little to what the Ambassador was talking about in terms of really getting those relationships between different sort of organizations. So what sort of people do you need behind this to make it work?
Look, in our case, we are aiming at the highest standards. And I think all development finance institutions, impact investors should aim at exactly the same. Sometimes I make jokes and I say, what is better, an investment officer from Goldman Sachs or an investment officer in a fee management company? I would like to say that they are equivalent. And I would like to say that we offer our funders, the European Commission and others, the same standards or the best standards that can be found in the industry. I mean, high-skilled investment officers, well-equipped, well-prepared and highly educated, good processes, good practices, reliable risk analysis, a reliable internal audit function. That is to say, the same standards, no matter whether we are investors for commercial purposes or you are investing for impact. Yeah. At the end, the result is not the same. If you are in, I mentioned Goldman Sachs, if you are managing a fund for investment, a fund for Goldman Sachs, you will be required to produce a 15% IIR. If we are managing a fund for impact purposes, maybe we are required not to lose money. Yeah. But let's do with the same standards, at least the same standards.
Great, thanks. Tim, maybe I can put the same question to you. I mean, what sits underneath what you see as your successes, and what are the implications for what donors should therefore be thinking about moving into the future?
Well, if you find a random person on the street, I think one thing that unites us all is food. I mean, we all need food. We all like our coffee. We like our bananas. We like our avocados. We enjoy these things. It comes from somewhere. There's somebody at the beginning of that value chain that's involved. So we're more dependent on especially smallholders, which is what we focus on, than we may think. And I think but I do agree we need to be more efficient with how we use ODA resources, because I think there is something we have to be realistic about, and the criticism that we do get as a sector. But we need to show that there are other models out there that can be more efficient and impactful and more business oriented as well. And from the Netherlands, that's where I'm from also, I mean, agriculture is a powerhouse, it's a huge economic driver. So I think there's also definitely a trade element and a private sector interest. There's definitely there. And it's funny, next week we're hosting an event in the Netherlands, and we did a video, an exchange with a Dutch farmer and a Kenyan farmer, and they had a dialogue sharing the challenges they face. And actually the challenges, they're different, but they're also very similar. Climate change, irrigation, when do they harvest, what insurance, all these things. So there's more in common than we think. And I think it's important to bring that connection back to where it should be. And the Netherlands in particular is a country where we have all these years of companies and seed and technologies that we have that we can share, but we can also learn also from the African context as well. So I think there's a lot more in the narrative we can do, definitely, to make it more appealing for the general public.
Yeah. And to what extent is One Acre Fund really trying to help build this bridge to get a wider understanding of the value of development work?
Well, we're trying to just show examples as much as we can, share the farmer stories, have that dialogue, bring these companies on visits to see what we're doing. Just really showing it, and data. I think Songbei was saying as well, you need to be really, nowadays it's not just fluffy stories are not going to cut it anymore. You need to show evidence of what you have. So I think that's really important.
And what's enabled you to get that data in place?
Well, we invest annually in a strong MEL team. So we have this
monitoring, evaluation and learning.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. Monitoring, evaluation and learning. So we do every year in every country, we do randomized selection. We take a control group that is very similar to the One Acre Fund group, and we collect data. We do analysis of costs, revenues, and we deduct basically what profits they have. We do this year on year out. So we have data going back 10, 15 years ago that we can look at, and we can see trends. So we also have an insurance product as well right now, where we're also able to leverage a lot of this data, which is important for insurance companies, right? In terms of the risk profile, when it comes to payouts to farmers, when there's a flood or there's a drought. Yeah, so, but it requires investment and commitment. That's what I can say, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Songbei, maybe I can pose you with a question that's come in from the Shamba Centre. With ODA declining, are DFIs shifting toward more near-bankable projects and moving away from market creation activities, given that most agri-food deals are small ticket and large near-bankable opportunities are limited? How are DFIs building and sustaining their investment pipelines?
I know there's DFIs are maybe punching bags are too strong of a word, but I know there's a lot of people that think that DFIs need to be taking more risk. I don't think this is the DFI's fault, at least not the investment officers that we're dealing with. I think it comes from the top, and I think it's been mentioned. They have a mandate. They have a mandate to not lose money and actually to generate a small return. And while that is may not be fully commercial, that does, as already been mentioned, really limit the amount of risk they can take. So I think it starts from the top. It's actually, I think one point that is often overlooked is I know we're limited to doing this, but there needs to be more advocacy as far as what the overall strategy is in the mandate of the DFIs and how they are run. But the second more practical thing is clearly, I think they like to do direct deals. I think the impact from direct deals is great to show, but to reach the smaller, I don't think they should be doing smaller deals. They're not built that way. They need to do larger deals. And so to get to the smaller deals, they need to go through intermediaries. And whether that's EDFI, AgriFi, whether that's FASA, I think there are a lot of options out there that they can look at. And they should, if they're not going to be, they shouldn't come in senior, or I think if anything, they should come in the mezz tranche. I think it's probably a bridge too far to come in as first loss. But they should definitely, I think, the mezzanine middle tranche would be great for them to combine with the first loss to crowd in that private sector capital that we all keep talking about.
Great, thanks. And just a follow-up question there. Do you have any view on financing for intermediary businesses in the sector versus, for example, small-scale farmers, and how you can get businesses then financing small-scale farmers and getting that whole ecosystem working at a local level, and what that means for financing strategies?
Yeah, I would say that our focus has definitely been on the first part, on the intermediaries, and I would just call them agri-SMEs. And I think the first thing is to be clear what you're funding. You need more than one approach, but you should be clear, because I think you could have one or the other, which are very different, and you call them the same thing. Like people will often call an intermediary approach an SME, a smallholder farmer finance activity, which in one way it is, because that's your ultimate impact target. But if you want to fund it effectively and understand the economics and the support that's needed, then you need to understand which model you're supporting. And to be very specific, the type of work that One Acre Fund does, as he's clearly mentioned, it's about 70% self-sustainable, whereas a fund, when I say AgriFi, will probably be 100%. That's not directly funding the farmers, but reaching those farmers through an MFI, as was explained.
Thanks, Songbei, and I think you've just triggered Rodrigo to respond, and then I'll come to you, Ashani, and then the lady behind you.
Yes, no, I just wanted to say that I do agree with what my colleague mentioned. At the end, DFIs, like all institutions, need to follow the shareholders, and in this case, DFIs are mandated to preserve their balance sheet, to preserve their capital. If DFIs were bolder and at the end they went bankrupt, they would need to be bailed out by national governments. And this is taxpayers' money for bailout. This would be very difficult to be explained. It is often said that DFIs are dual bottom line entities, meaning that they are supposed to make both profits and impact. And I think it is a good approach. But it is also true that it is necessary to be bolder. And I think the way of doing it is not having just one dual bottom line, but having many different bottom lines. In the case of my company, in the case of Edfi Management Company, we manage many facilities of balance. In particular, we manage 19 different facilities. I have 19 different bottom lines. I would say that 10 of them are loss-making. 6, 7 of them are around break-even, and 2 of them are profit-making. Why? Well, because this is the mandate, this is the instruction we have received from our shareholders or from our donors.
Great, thank you. Ashani.
Thank you, Jim. I'm Oshani Pereira from the Shamba Center. Indeed, Rodrigo, absolutely, in the past, the mandate for DFIs has been such that it has actively discouraged you from following the mission of the donors, absolutely. But what's fantastic to see is currently maybe that there is a change. For example, at Proparco, we're seeing that Proparco now is able to accept lower returns for greater impact, for greater economic, environmental, and social impact. At the World Bank, there are rumors that after the next replenishment, you might see an amalgamation on certain portfolios between the IDA and the IBRD. The IDA, which provides largely concessional money, and the IBRD that provides loans. Similarly, we see KfW and KfW-DEG and FMO have set up platforms, set up limited liability companies on which they are taking on more risks. So are we at the dawn of an era where we are seeing DFIs actually participating more in the aid and development debate? And would that be a conversation topic for the EU Gateway? As the EU Gateway looks at implementation, the DFIs must have a bigger role, and what will be that role? So all this to say, we at the Schumper Center are just beginning a conversation with DFIs on this topic, and the goal is this. Firstly, can some development sectors be mainstreamed so they become mini asset classes, because blending is a transition. We've seen that in renewables, blending is a transition. Second one is, every time a DFI does move in, could there be a counterpart contribution from the developing country, either through government, on balance sheet, or through their sovereign wealth fund, or through their institutional investors, or through their high net worth individuals. Even in the most debt-stressed countries, these are present.
Thank you. Maybe just a quick response to this. Is your question on a similar line? Or, okay, maybe we just get a quick response to this question. Rodrigo, maybe from you, and Songbei as well. You might like to make a response, and if there's anybody else in the room that would like to respond, feel free.
No, very quickly, I would like to endorse one specific statement, which is co-investors coming from the host country. This is what we try to do. I think this is key for mobilization, and this is key for fostering, improving, reinforcing local financial systems. One of my theses, and I have repeated it many times, is dragging local institutional investors with big and deep pockets. And sovereign wealth funds are one of them. Most sovereign wealth funds are very much focused on maximizing financial returns, but there are others that have included in their mandate national development. So I think there is a beautiful match to be explored between the activity of DFIs and the activity of sovereign wealth funds.
I'm just watching time here, so I'll come back to you, Songbei. And Ambassador, I'm not sure if you're still with us, but we would also like to have some final comments from you. Please.
Thank you so much. I have two questions.
Maybe just introduce yourself for us.
Oh yes, sorry. I'm Saran Selenge. I work for UNDP, and I have two questions. I'm from Mongolia, so my first question relates to the fact that I'm from UNDP. To Mr. Lee, you mentioned that initiatives or investments should go to initiatives that have at least 3 donors or partners already on board. And in the session before the coffee break, we heard about the added value of multilateral organizations or initiatives. So I was wondering what would be the pros and cons of investing in multilateral initiatives that are already, has proven itself versus bilateral donors coming together. And the second question, I would like to, whoever is interested from the panels to take the question of the importance of investing in enabling environment in the countries, because I understand this session is really about at the country level, right? And we heard from the domestic resource mobilization very briefly in the morning session. And I was wondering, you mentioned, Rodrigo, about the billions to trillions being kind of a myth, and I wonder if we would support the enabling environment and the developing countries, would it help mobilize, whether it's the reforming subsidies, the insurance, the sustainable finance frameworks, the expensive loans that we are borrowing, even at the commercial market, that we are investing in unsustainable activities. I'll stop there. Thanks.
I'm just watching. I'm between us and lunch now. So two really good questions there. I might ask our panellists to respond to those in wrapping up. So if we could go around and have a final response from each of our panellists, and Tim, maybe you can particularly pick up that question on the enabling environment in a moment. I'll give you a few moments to reflect on it. But Songbei, maybe over to you for some final reflections and particularly responding to that first question.
Yeah, great question. I would say I would support both. I think clearly, I just use specific examples. You have GAF-SP, another great activity. It does things that FASA can't do. At the same time, what I think is so important about FASA, the donors put their money in and then found an external professional fund manager with experience mobilizing that capital, INP. So I think that there's the multilaterals have huge resources, but also, just to say it, they have huge bureaucracies. I did not want USAID to be managing the money on a day-to-day basis when we're trying to efficiently allocate it to investment funds. I did just want to touch on Oshani's point, which I think was a great one. I think we overlook crowding in DFIs. We focus on crowding in the private sector, but I think my approach would be that donors first crowding the DFIs, and then it's that combination of the DFIs and donor money that would be crowding in the private sector. So that would be looking at it a slightly different way. And my closing remark would be stop being so afraid of subsidizing the private sector. So, I think there's this, we talk about de-risking, and risk is an important part, but anyone in finance knows it's a risk-adjusted return. Risk and return. And so we have to think of those together. They're two sides of the same coin. We're comfortable with guarantees, but it will take, in these markets we're working in, it often takes more.
Thank you very much, Songbei. Ambassador, are you still with us? Do you have any final comments you would like to make? No, okay. Tim, final reflections and maybe some thoughts on this question about getting the enabling environment right.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a given. I think working with the host governments is key. So in Rwanda, it's too bad that the person from Rwanda is not on the panel, but we're working at the highest level with the government extension system as well, and building up the local seed sector. So it's wider than just working only at the farm level or at the private sector level, but it's going beyond. So fully agree. I think if I can just wrap up my last thing is, I think youth, of course, is key. The next generation of farming, so that really needs a really proper investment and figuring out what makes it attractive for them to stay in this profession. There's an aging population. This could be problematic. And then I think philanthropy. So I think we've not talked about that too much here, but it's ODA plus philanthropy. We're forgetting about them. That's a big segment, and it's growing. We've seen actually since the USAID that it's growing a bit more even now. So I think team up, try to join forces. Yeah.
And what role would you see in particular for philanthropy?
Well, for some philanthropy, it depends which donor, but they can give very flexible funding, sometimes unrestricted funding. That can be it can act as risk, basically covering the risks or first loss. Yeah, I think that's a huge potential.
Great, thank you. Some final words, Rodrigo.
Yeah, a couple of comments. First one on enabling environment. Well, this is building tomorrow's pipeline. and this is the condition precedent to mobilize or to invest at scale in the future. So fully agree, absolutely needed. And the second comment, at the end, investments in emerging or even frontier markets is a difficult activity, and from a finance point of view, at the end, all comes down to two types of risks: offtake and currency. And I think there is a very good solution, which is exports. If projects in local markets end up in exporting, they solve the two problems in one blow. Because they get a reliable off-taker and they get hard currency. And this is the right condition. From my point of view, I think this is a win-win because the two risks are solved and donors get something that is today very much valuable: security of supply.
Thank you very much. So look, that's been a really fascinating conversation. Thank you so much for joining in. I mean, I think what it's left us with is there are very clear examples that things can work. We can go take things to scale, but I think there's a very clear message here of making sure that investment is going into those things that are working, not creating a massive addition of many new exercises, but also realising that trying to get the entire ecosystem that's supporting these things working and running smoothly is very critical. And I think we come back to the point that's been raised again and again today, making sure that we have the data and evidence to show what's working and what's really going to give that big return on investment. So let's give our panel a big round of applause. And that takes us to lunchtime, for which we have 1.5 hours. So if people could be back here at 2:30, very, very sharp, really take the opportunity over lunch for the networking that I know we pulled a little bit short over the coffee break. So thank you all for your attention. See you at 2:30.
So we are going to start the afternoon session of the AGA. So we will start with the session aimed to discuss the future of youth in agri-food systems, tackling the double challenge of access to land and finance. This session has been organized by the two global donor working group, the one on land and the one on rural youth employment. The panelists will be discuss and explore how to break the double challenge that prevents many young people from entering and thriving in agriculture: limited access to finance and limited access to land. Speakers will look at innovative financing models, inclusive land allocation approaches, and partnership mechanisms that can help unlock opportunities for young farmers and agripreneurs, while strengthening rural economy and driving broader food system transformation. The panelists for this afternoon session will be welcome to Ward Ansiv from the Senior Land Tenure Officer and lead of the Land Tenure Team, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO. John Fayan Kelvin, Advocacy and Youth Specialist, International Land Coalition. Evans Sokola from WIPARD, Germany. Marcos Montoiro, External Relations Officer, United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. And finally, last but not least, Elisabetta Cangelosi, Gender Justice Advisor, International Land Coalition. So thank you, and thank you to Jim for the moderation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and welcome back from lunch. Good afternoon to those of you online. This is a very important session, I think, to really hear some of the perspectives from youth, and again, as we mentioned, around this double challenge of finance and access to tenure. We've got 5 super interesting speakers. What I'll do is invite each of them to take about 7 minutes to tell their story, and then that'll hopefully give us a little bit of time for some discussion at the end. And I think if I could invite Avance and Elisabetta to join me on stage. I won't feel quite so lonely up here then. Now, Marcos, do we have you online? Because I understand that you're on mission somewhere. Yes, I can see you there. You're on mission somewhere. Yes. It looks like it's nice and sunny wherever you are. And and we have to hear from you and then let you get in a car to go somewhere, I understand. So Marcos, over to you for about 7 minutes, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Can you hear me? I'm not sure.
We can. You might need to speak slowly and clearly because the line's not that good.
Okay, sorry. Apologies for that. I am now in Nairobi following the UNEA 7 for where we are looking at the resolutions that are going to support some of the work of the multilateral environmental agreements. Myself, I'm sorry I cannot be there with you as I wanted. I am working at the UN Convention to combat desertification. It's one of the 3 Rio Conventions that they were born in 1992 and addressing issues of environment, but also sustainable development. This convention, the UNCCD, is the specific convention dealing with the land. So this topic is very dear, very close to our heart. What our convention is trying to do is providing all the 197 parties to the UNCCD with the tools, with the mechanisms, with the policies that will help them to address the problem of desertification, land degradation, and drought by protecting and also restoring the land that could be degraded. And when we talk about the degradation of this land, is the loss of fertility, the loss of the healthy soils that they can help us to produce the food that we need, and also the living for many of us. It's very important the role of the work that our parties are doing to protect the land, and particularly giving opportunities for young people in working on the land. We know that the hundreds of millions of young rural people worldwide are looking at the areas of agriculture and looking for some economic potential. There are areas around the world like Bangladesh, Egypt, or Ghana that they offer diverse remunerative opportunities for young farmers and entrepreneurs. By contrast, only a small fraction, which is around 4% of rural youth, live in zones of very low agriculture and market potential. Those youth face extreme challenges. This highlights that with the right investment, either in infrastructure, technology, and market access, many rural youth could capitalize on the natural productivity of their land. But here we have another important issue that has been highlighted, and I think our colleagues from FAO will also bring it there, is the access to the land rights. And here we have seen some disparities when we talk about the gender aspect. So young rural women face pronounced inequities in access to land and the economic participation. According to IFAD, young rural women are only half as likely as young rural men to have sole title of a simple plot of land. These gender gaps persist even in more developed rural economies. Bridging this divide through measures like securing women's land rights, challenging discriminatory norms, and providing childcare and education is really, really crucial. This also could be linked to other challenges that young people are facing, particularly in the rural areas. Many rural young people are migrating from their hometowns, driven by a mix of economic, social, and environmental factors. As of 2020, there were approximately 31 million international migrants aged between 15 and 24, which represents approximately 11% of all migrants globally. In other words, roughly 1 in 9 migrants worldwide is a young person and often lack a viable land and livelihoods in a kind of a push factor. For example, could be climate change, could be land degradation, or could be landlessness. It's important to see what could be the measures to help young people to access the land. So there are several barriers like inheritance, customs, high land prices, and lack for credit, which means that many youth can acquire land to farm or build any type of business. Enabling youth to gain secure access to land through reforming inheritance laws, establishing some land lease programs or community land trusts, for instance, can unlock a vast potential. With land on their own, young people are more likely to engage in agriculture, to engage in agroforestry or other land-based enterprise rather than migrating to cities, giving a decent option, a decent job for youth people based on land that can give a lot of opportunities. They can invest in the land's long-term productivity, adopting new climate-smart farming techniques, restoring degrading soils, or starting agribusiness ventures. In short,
Marcos, if I could invite you to finish up in a minute or two, if that's okay.
It's 10 seconds. Improving these youth land rights can be a catalyst that both addresses youth unemployment and advances land degradation neutrality. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marcos. And I think it was a slightly difficult line, but I think there were some very, very important messages there. And I think the huge disparity that you raised between young men and young women in terms of access to land rights is a really important message for everybody to take on. So look, I'm not sure you can join us for the rest of the session, but thank you very, very much for those opening comments, and I think landing some very important messages for us, and enjoy your travels. With that, can I come to you, Ward, to give us an overview of the State of Youth in Agriculture Systems report this year and how that links to the State of Land Tenure and Governance that was released in 2026.
Yes, thank you, Jim. Can you hear me?
We can hear you clearly.
Perfect. I will share my screen because I prepared a little PowerPoint to show you some data that will complement very well what Marcus just presented. I hope you can see my screen. So, as was said by the chair, I'm representing here two thematic groups of the platform: the rural youth employment one and the land governance one. And therefore, we decided to present these two reports, Jim, that you just mentioned.
Ward, could you just can you put your slideshow on full screen on presenter mode?
It is on my site, so I'm not sure what to do. I'll try again.
Maybe you can switch screens. Or maybe you need to share the entire screen. I'm not sure.
This should be, is that okay?
No, but maybe we will just live with this, but just be aware that if there's a lot of small text, we won't be able to read it.
Okay, no, but there's very little text anyway, but let me, how does, well, try again here. Voila. So I'll quickly go through 3 points linked to the 2 reports. The first one is youth engagement in agri-food systems, youth access to land, and then to draw some conclusions on youth and finance for this panel. And actually bringing these groups together, the youth employment one and the land governance, was actually very opportune, since access to finance generally depends on employment on one hand and or on land on the other hand. So I think it was very opportune, very relevant, but also, as we will see, very important because of the weight in determining the access to finance of employment, and in this case agri-food systems, and of land. And here are the first results of that. Youth employment engagement and employment in agri-food system is critical and is very important. 85% of global youth population in the low and medium income countries reside in low and medium income countries. The proportion of youth in these countries is 16 to 22%. But what is important here, it's not that it's large and primordial, it's also still growing. Even with urban migration and what we say that land and agriculture is not sexy anymore for youth, youth employment, youth population is still growing. And hence, the major part in the more traditional agri-food system countries. This implies, of course, that then policy implications will differ for youth in these contexts, whether there's abundance of youth or scarcity of youth. When we look deeper into employment or engagement...
Sorry, can I interrupt? I'm not sure if you're moving through the slides, but we're still on the first slide.
Oh yes, I'm also moving through the slides.
Okay, now we're on the correct slide. Thank you.
Okay, but now I'm not on full screen anymore. I'll leave it like this. So apologies for that.
We can see it at our end.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So what I was saying here is the engagement of the youth in agri-food systems, so in the employment part, which often explains or is a determining factor for access to finance. Globally, 44% of the world's working youth are employed in agri-food systems against 38% of the adults. But what is more important here again is that in sub-Saharan Africa, this increases to 68%. So 68% of the youth are employed in agri-food systems in sub-Saharan Africa, 52% in Southern Asia. Agri-food systems are a key entry point for these younger categories of our population, and I think the graph on the graphs on the right, with on the left side the male, and on the right side young women, show very well the lower bars, the high level of youth using agri-food system as an entry point into employment, up to 70% in situations of crisis or in more traditional agri-food systems. What is also seen here is that younger youth work more in agri-food systems, or more engaged in agri-food systems on their own farm, on their own land, so when they have access to land. And that is where, of course, the problem lies, because youth access to land remains very limited. Very few young people own any agriculture or non-agricultural land, and youth, and particularly women, young women, frequently face challenges that we all know, from generational and gendered power dynamics, delayed inheritance, land fragmentation, and also, and particularly at the moment, rising land prices with limited access to capital, as Marcus detailed very well. Here you can very well see in this graph on the right, when you look at the younger people, so the left bar, where youth access to land is very limited compared to the other two categories, the medium and older categories. This limits, of course, the access to land, but also the capacity to establish independent livelihoods and to engage in employment. But besides access, it's also the acquisition that is a problem. And what we see is that youth acquisition of land is mainly through inheritance. With then, of course, again here, the gender issue with many of the patriarchal customs and laws often favoring men in inheritance. So young women inherit less frequently than young men and often access to land only through marriage. Even where laws guarantee equal inheritance or guarantee equal access to land across sexes, traditions may discourage women for claiming land rights, but also legal implementation is often lagging. And we see that even if it is recognized in the law and in the constitution, this does not trickle down to the ground. Thirdly is when they do have access to land, they are more likely to experience tenure insecurity. And I'm not sure if you have seen the results of the land governance report. About 1.1 billion people in the land, that represents 23% of the adult population, is affected by land insecurity. And this increases significantly for the younger fractions of the population. What we do see, however, is that youth, and the youngest part of the youth, here categorized between 15 and 24, show lower insecurity than young adults, 25 to 34, in industrial and formalizing systems, but in more traditional one, it's the other way around, of course. When they do enter employment, tenure insecurity rises, and this is probably mainly related to access to non-family land and having to cover loans and mortgages themselves. And then the fourth and last point on land here is that when they do have access to land, it's often to smaller plots of land. So young farmers generally operate smaller farms, which limits, of course, their ability to generate a decent income and to generate employment. And again, here, the vicious circle between land, employment, and access to finance. I'm sorry that I go quite fast, but I have a larger PowerPoint than
I might
7
need
minutes.
to take maybe 2 or 3 minutes more to finish off, if you don't mind.
Okay, but I'm coming to the end. So coming to the third point is on the finance part there. And here what we see is that a large share of the youth does not have access to a financial account. I don't think this shocks you, but some interesting points coming out of here. Globally, only 66% of youth own a financial account versus 79% of the adults. Rural youth, and especially here again, young women are less likely to own a financial account, and this gap is the most pronounced again, in less formalized agri-food systems where financial services are underdeveloped or not accessible. As you see in the graph, the age-related restrictions are a key barrier, with the younger people having generally less access to financial services. But, and this is an important point, I think, is that with the rising of cell phones and mobile money, we see an efficient alternative for youth to access finance. Where formal financial infrastructure is limited, youth often access finance through mobile money. And I can assure you, I was just in Congo, Brazzaville, that mobile money is much more developed in these economies, and especially with these fractions of the populations than we see here in Western Europe and North America. Youth access to mobile money has increased in all regions. 32% of youth in sub-Saharan Africa have access to mobile money, 27% in Latin America. Higher rates of adoption in traditional agri-food systems where the other more formal financial infrastructure is not adapted or not existent or very limited for the population overall. Let me come to the policy highlights and key recommendations, bringing these three areas, employment and engagement in agri-food systems, land and finance together. What we see here is, of course, strengthening engagement in employment and in agri-food systems and strengthening access to land because of this relationship that I just showed is important. This can be done by, of course, expanding broader economic opportunities, equipping youth with necessary skills, etc., but also securing tenure for youth and facilitation of farm succession, development of land rental markets, but also land banking and more regulation of land markets for these population groups. And then lastly, coupling land with other services or access to production enhancing technologies to engage in this virtuous circle between employment, land, and then hopefully to finance. But a quick point on the finance parts and the avenues to increase youth access to finance. First of all, as we've seen, increase the use of mobile technology and integrating financial service in mobile technology. Secondly, funding should be accessible, flexible, and responsive. I won't detail, I think this is already understood. Thirdly, foster youth-friendly financial products like blended finance models, microfinance, but also mentorship programs. Fourthly, greater public-private partnerships. Private alone for these fragile groups will be very difficult. So rethinking the public-private partnerships here by dedicating funding, especially through social and environmental impact bonds, is absolutely opportune and necessary. Fifthly is more inclusive decision-making processes, engaging youth in these financial systems and shaping the financial mechanisms is important in order not only to give them a voice, but also to adapt to their needs. And then lastly, the capacity building at an individual and financial literacy level, but also around associations and coalitions focusing on youth overall. Sorry for being a bit longer, but I hope it was fruitful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ward. And I think we'd given you a tough task in trying to give us the insights from two very, very valuable reports. So I think it was super interesting to see that summary of them, and hopefully that inspires people to go and look in more detail. I think some very, very useful data there, and also highlighting how significant the challenges we face in making sure that youth do have access to finance and land. So with that, can I now turn to John Fayer Kelvin? I think you're online with us, are you? Yes, I can see you there, John, who's the Advocacy and Youth Specialist for the International Land Coalition. So, John, maybe you can pick up from what we've just been hearing from Ward and really talk us through how you think the wider donor community could support the type of work you do in giving better access to finance for youth. John, are you there? Okay, clearly we're seeing you on the screen but not hearing or seeing you, so... Oh. Okay, I think we might leave that for a moment and hope that John can find some way of connecting with us. So then we move to my colleague next to me, Evans. You're from IFAD in Germany, and we'd really like to hear in you about your experience in getting the business environment right for young farmers, young entrepreneurs. And you might like to just explain to us a little bit about what IFAD is as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Actually, I'm speaking at a perspective of not employed by the organizations you've seen stipulated there, but this is passion. And I've worked over years with agripreneurs who are really passionate about agriculture and trying to shape the future of the agri-food system. IFAD is the driving force of my motive to engage with young agripreneurs in the agri-food system in Germany. And over the years, IFAD has been engaging with youths to try to shape the involvement of youth in agriculture and in agricultural development in terms of the agri-food system. And in my own experience, tackling the case of youth access to land and finance, I have a lot of points to put across in terms of finance and also in terms of land access, because these are the kind of variables that also IFAD is trying to focus into and to be productive and also to involve the youth in this kind of engagements. These are two critical areas that are really well accessed. And this discussion that is investing in the future of agri-food system is really timely at this point of the hour. And the question of how youth can access both land and finance is not just a policy discussion, but this is really a structural challenge that defines the future of agri-food systems and youth involvement in it. And to start with, finance. Financing always depends on, heavily collateral requirements, especially on title deeds. And I'm really coming here with the involvement of youth. Actually, when I was having the discussion with my fellow colleagues who are also passionate about the involvement in agriculture and shaping the agri-food system, I had some insights to collect and to discuss with these people. And some of them were telling me that young people really get involved in farming. Of course, to start farming, and some of the obstacles that they really face in this coordination is the bits of land ownership, which is unrealistic. Some of them are still young to even own a piece of land. And youth, some of these youths also come from families where land is generally small. Some of these lands are fragmented and are still under the control of their parents, or even the elderly in the community. And then, even with these skills, with solid plans, and also with lack of these collaterals, their motives immediately weakens their eligibility to get finance. And this is a trend. It is a trend that is really, really working on youth, and they're not able actually to meet their zeal, what really they are really determined to meet and try to feature in the agri-food system and try to shape it into a future that we really need, where we can also be able to beat food insecurity. And considering it on the land side, that we also find this is also equally constrained, because leasing land still requires some upfront cash. And these youths are not able to get this cash. And then in the bit of getting this cash, they really need to set themselves into production factor, that is land. And most of this purchasing, mostly purchasing land is expensive, which is out of reach of most of these youths. And so they require more finances to do the purchases. And in my experience early enough, when I used to do agriculture and to do farming, of course, I'm a young farmer. I used to rely on my uncle. Actually, I used to rely on my uncle who could, of course, stage me a state of goodwill, and also to be able to help connect me with some landowners who could actually rent me some piece of land to do agriculture. But then you realize that these agreements are really informal. And the informal land setups are really risky. They're really risky to invest as a youth. And access comes with a lot of risk. Namely, we have short-term leases. Most of these informal practices are really short-term. And they really come so unpredictably in terms of you don't know what really is going to be the cost in the next phase of your production. And there are always no security to invest in long-term improvements. Something like if you want to do irrigation on a piece of land that you just rented for maybe 6 months, this is a long-term investment, and you are not able to get yourself actually to this bit of investments. And then, so it brings to our understanding the break rate between access to land and also if you have the land, you also have another criterion to access finance in this case. And that's why when my colleague was presenting, I heard him mention that some of these youths move from the rural areas to the city, and the breaking point is employment and land. Assume a youth in the village that has a piece of land and lack finance to moderate or rather work on the piece of land, they lease it out, and they will lease it out informally for a period of time. And then over this period of time, it comes a point the money that they leased it with is also finished. They don't have the land, they have finished the finance. They have no choice but to move to the city, maybe look for some categorical employment, which are also informal and doesn't sustain them. And they relent the future of the agri-food system because they were not able to access land and finance. And after all this, I think the global, the meeting today is really trying to shape this future. And in this shape, I think we really need to pick some clear categorical concerns and put into consideration and try to connect them to things that really can be variable and be able to enable these youths to be able to access finance and in terms as well access land. And I was considering some of the following recommendations or some of the following talks, because these are discussions. We could consider cash flow lending rather than the collateral-based lending. And the cash flow lending, my colleague also mentioned this bit of mobile loans that is coming through, which is also, to some extent, very informal. And trust me, the rates of these courses of loans are really straining. And then we can also consider land partnership models to give youths bits of land partnership models to just try to steer their accessibility to some lands to access agriculture. And then we also have input finance that can be really tied to guarantee market. If you give them, of course, input finance, you must always tie youths to a guaranteed market because market also is still a driving force for investment or rather venture into agriculture and in the agri-food system. And then also youth group leasing instead of individual land ownerships. And that is where I come to stand with IFAD and Youth for Green Action Kenya, which is also an NGO in Kenya that I am a co-founder and I served as an administrative officer, that if you put youth in a model that is really sustainable, it is easy to support them. And so I think most of the youth are really channeling their efforts into these groups so that they can be able to basically get access to these finances and be able to shape the future of our agri-food system. But then all these can really hold real promise for scaling the youth's participation in agri-food system. But the question is, there was a statement that was raised here that needed the donors, rather the actors really know that they are needed, but then they also really need to represent that they are needed. So let us act, let us try to get engaged with the youth, let us try to understand, and let us use these organizations, including IFAD and the others. I know there are a lot of organizations that are really targeting youth so that we can be able to understand what are really the strengths of youth in the agri-food system and what their future concerns. The ages say that youth are the future of the agri-food system. Basically, I always deny, and with my director, Gaetano, we always say we are the already present drivers of the food system. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Vance. And I think very nice to hear that, I think directly from your own experience and directly from the heart, the sort of challenges that you face, but also some very practical ideas for meeting that challenge. Let's go back to John. Are you able to connect now, John? We did see your face for a few moments, but can you try unmuting yourself and putting on your camera? No, it doesn't look like this is...
Yes, good morning. Do you hear me?
We do hear you, John. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Hello, John. Can you hear us?
You hear me? Yes, sorry, my camera will not be on because the network is not too good on my side. I'm sorry.
That's okay, but...
is that okay?
Yes, we can hear you well. So, I mean, we'd really like to hear from you about how you think the policy framework could be improved to really create a better business enabling environment for youth to access land and finance. So really looking forward to hearing some of your perspectives on this.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm happy to be here to share my experiences, my perspectives. So in the experience across the IFC network and the local organizations, the policy environment is gradually improving in terms of acknowledging the role of youth play in agri-food systems. However, concrete policies and practices still fall short of addressing these specific needs. Many countries now recognize customary land rights and promote more inclusive land governance. But for youth, and particularly young women, specific gaps remain. Private sector land markets remain unregulated and very expensive, effectively pricing out young farmers. Customary systems often favor the elders in the customary settings, for example, limiting young people's abilities to own, inherit, or negotiate land use. This is especially true for young women, who in many contexts are not even considered potential heirs. Public policies on land access rarely include youth, and when they do, they almost never specify young women. This makes it extremely difficult for youth to access land for production, even when they want to remain in rural areas. These are some of the critical issues, the critical challenges that most countries in Africa face, despite the improvements in terms of policies. For the business and financial environment reinforces these barriers. Land is treated as a prerequisite for accessing finance, reproducing patterns of exclusion. Banks and traditional lenders continue to require title land as a collateral, even though youth rarely possess such documentation. As a result, a couple of issues we also experience in our setting, in our context. A young person with a viable agribusiness idea cannot obtain a loan. That's one of the issues that we have to actually curtail in our context in Africa. A young farmer who hopes to lease or improve land cannot raise the necessary capital. This is very visible in our setting. Without access to finance, youth cannot invest in land, improvement, value chains, or technology, reinforcing low productivity and discouraging rural engagement. Finance can therefore be both a barrier and also an enabler. It is a barrier where collateral-based lending dominates. It becomes an enabler when institutions, donor approaches such as cash flow lending, character-based assessments, blended finance, credit guarantees, mechanisms that de-link finance from land ownership. These are some of the challenges we face. And I gave you some examples of some of the issues I mentioned. I gave you one, for example, in Liberia. Again, there are policy improvements in our setting in Liberia, for example. In 2018, the land rights law was passed, and it has been branded as one of the progressive laws on the African continent for its role, for the fact that customary land ownership is being recognized for the first time in the nation. But there are potential barriers. There are no youth-specific provisions that go towards securing land title for young people. And this has been a real challenge. The only thing we see in our legal system is one, the private land component of our legal system, which is even more difficult for young people to access finance, and also at the communal level. So there is communal ownership, collective ownership, but that alone is even more limited, because then the young people cannot access funding, we cannot access land as a collateral, and this is all across Africa for young people. So we need to find a way to curtail all these potential barriers, to find a way to find solutions towards this. Even young women face these major challenges. Most of the times, young women are organized in Liberia as a group, an institution that is well established. Through that, then they are able to access land, which they then use as a collateral to access loans from banks and things like that. In the absence of that, it is very impossible. We have tried in our own setting to also, because we run a platform, a National Land Coalition under the ILC in our setting here. And through that, we have a thematic focus area on women, youth, and people with disabilities. So through that, we create dialogic forums for this, for young people to voice their issues and to also have access to training opportunity. But there is a limitation funding-wise, and we have to find a way to find solution towards these things. Thank you very much. This is what I have to share concerning the first question.
John,
and I'm willing to have all our questions answered. Yes.
John, thank you very much for laying out the tremendous challenges, but also I think giving some nice practical examples of how progress can be made. So that brings us to our final panellist, Elisabetta. And just to remind everybody, you're the Gender Justice Advisor for the International Land Coalition. So thank you for joining us here today. I mean, you've already heard a lot of what the challenges and the difficulties are. So I'm wondering whether I can sort of ask you to pivot to where you perhaps see some of the opportunities for getting the tenure and the finance right for young players in the sector.
Opportunities?
No, sorry, John, we're moving to our next panellist.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Does it work now? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, and thank you to the previous panelists. It was a pleasure to see all the well-known friendly face on this panel. Thank you for mentioning the discrimination that young women face so often. It has been mentioned several times during this panel. And actually, as a person working on gender, you get used to looking at multiple discrimination. And when it comes to land and finance, you focus on youth, you end up with a sort, well, even when you don't focus on youth, you end up with a sort of catch-22 situation where it's like, what does it come first? Is it land that comes first, the access to land, or is that access to financial asset that comes first? If you add on to this already catch-22 situation, being a young person, as all the panelists described, either based on personal experience or on the studies that have been presented. And on top of that, you add being a woman and maybe other characteristics that would lead you to face a discriminatory situation, you end up in an even more complex situation. However, when you are used to look at gender dimension, so you look at multiple layers, you also get used to see connections. And this is something that I found very interesting this morning. There are a few connections that have been made that might give us some insight on the next steps. There has been a connection that has been mentioned between agri-food and security this morning. That was Leonard who mentioned that. At some point, Máximo said that we lack anticipatory actions, so we lack somehow the connection between when we invest in something and what do we produce, what is the long-run impact of what we do. And actually, there are other layers that come in. For example, I recently attended a very interesting panel here in Brussels, organized by CARE International, that was entitled "Climate Change is Sexist." And actually, during this panel, what we have been discussing extensively was that climate change is sexist is a good slogan, but what actually is sexist is the way climate change is, the impact of climate change, but also how financing to respond to climate change take place. So there was a interesting data that was shared saying that only 0.8% of financing about climate change is smallholders, and we know that most of the smallholders, well, that most of the women are among the smallholders, not all of them are, but this means that the amount of funding that goes to women and youth women, young women, it's definitely a very small amount of the financing. However, to move to a more optimistic perspective, I had the chance to attend this morning also the first panel of the launch of the Gender Action Plan 3 for the EU External Action, where there were interesting presentations regarding the efforts of Team Europe, notably. There was specifically a presentation by a representative of the European Investment Bank focusing on how there is an engagement for financing to close gender gaps, which has to do with land, but which has to do also with climate change. And a few core words have been mentioned. And those two words are also linked to what we do here and also to what both Evans and John described. These two words are partnerships and leaderships. Partnership is about how we engage together into gender-sensitive financing, maybe even financing for feminist organizations that engage in the promotion, in this case of land rights, because we're talking land, but this can apply to solution to climate change, to solution to other crises. But it's also about investing in leadership, because as Ward mentioned, interesting data that come from the report is that there are more women than young men in the agri-food system, which means that at some point there are more young women that end up with a leadership role in their organizations, in their family, in their communities. And reinforcing leadership dynamics is crucial. It was also among the recommendations that were mentioned, leadership, mentorship, so engaging into mutual learning and promoting women leadership, which is actually part of what we do, as I'll see, through our leadership program. John is part of this leadership program, but it's also the same thing that IPARD do through their work with young leaders in the community. And it is interesting because when you look, for example, at our leadership program, the most recent edition, so 2024, we had at least 4 cases of small project, local project, led by women that were focusing, not surprisingly, on agri-food system, climate change, natural conservation, forestry conservation. These were from Bolivia, Uganda, India, and Indonesia. I'm just mentioning these 4. And these 4 were like young women reinforced in their leadership capacity. As I'll see, we also have a mentorship program that aims at having more women in leadership position, more women representing their organization when it comes to this kind of event, when it comes to talking to donors, when it comes to negotiating financing for women rights. So to a certain extent, and I'll try to close here to stay on the time, intersectionality is a word that is a lot used when you talk about gender equality, but maybe we can expand the idea of intersectionality and notice how supporting, financing gender-sensitive project has a broader impact on all the different levels and layers, because all of these, agri-food system, security, climate change, natural conservation, all of this is interconnected. So even when we focus on trade, even when we focus on food production for the trade system, the interconnection of the identities is crucial. So investing in gender-sensitive financing is not just about women's rights. It's about creating more rights for everybody and creating a safer and a more nurtured and a more secure world.
Fabulous. That's all right. Thank you, Elisabetta. Look, we've probably just got a couple of minutes for some quick questions or comments if anybody would like to follow up on what was, I think, a very insightful set of presentations. So, sorry, you might need to just repeat the question.
Thank you. Just a question. Do you have examples of organizations that have implemented this cash flow-based lending at scale for smallholder farmers, and that are not mechanisms of group loans that are traditional, but other types of mechanisms?
Yeah, you didn't specify whose question is this, but as I said before, I'm just passionate about the organizations I work with, and we work closely with young people. And with young people, we're just trying to act in the model, just to try to give them access to opportunities and access to finances and that might drive their motive in realizing the agri-food system works.
Did you?
Well, I don't know to which extent there are cases of, for example, in the case of women, there are cases of women cooperative, for example, that engage and that being supported through this sort of mentorship or leadership programs can have better access to cash flow and to better access to financing assets. So, but again, there is a strong connection between being able to access the financing system while facing discriminatory norms in terms of families and communities. So you cannot work on the one without working on the other. The two are extremely interconnected. But then when the process, let's say, when the ball starts rolling, then you can create long-term impact at broader level. But I don't have specific examples because there are many examples in the case, for example, of women cooperatives that work and that exist since ages. It's a matter of supporting this kind of small-scale financing asset in a way.
Great, thank you. Well, look, I think we're going to have to leave it there. We're pretty much at coffee break time. However, I think that was a very, very insightful and useful session because I think it's really highlighted to us how critical it is to understand the links between youth, gender, land and finance, and that if we forget those linkages and don't take a systems perspective, talking of agri-food systems, we're just going to get it completely wrong. So really understanding those deeper issues about linking to this aspect from financing is a very, very good reminder to us all. So thank you very much for your attention. Let's give a round of applause to our panellists, both those here and online. Very, very useful, and thank you again. And to everybody here, if we could just keep a quick 10-minute coffee break and be back so that we don't go over time at the end of the day, be most appreciated. See you soon.
So, Here we are, entering the last session of the afternoon. I think with a very good youth session, or young people's session, we're well sustained into the post-lunch period and are now ready to move into the last topic, which, after hearing a fair bit about how we do things at the practical level, and in a way that I think was very tangible, we're now going to move back up onto the global level, as I introduce you to the topic called Multilateral and Geopolitical Dynamics of Agri-Food Systems Financing and Development, Outcomes from 2025, and Priorities and Future Directions for 2026. So at this, we move up to the global level, and here we will be exploring the multilateral and geopolitical dynamics which are shaping agri-food systems, financing and development. Our speakers will be looking back at the results of 2025, the outcomes, what actually happened, and they will be noting major policy developments in that period. They will also be discussing emerging financing trends, and I think what we can call a fairly chaotic year. A question to them will be, do we have any policy recommendations? Then, turning to 2026, how will we advance coordinated multilateral action? How can we align financial flows? And how can we become more effective? So I think this last session today certainly offers a lot of interesting space for discussion. And on that note, I'd just also like to really welcome our panellists. So first of all, I have Nikita Eriksen-Hamel. Nikita is Deputy Director of the Food Systems Practice Global Affairs in Canada, and he is actually calling in from Ottawa. Then we have Clara Pacheco, who is Head of the Food Security, Nutrition and Sustainable Agriculture at the French Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs. And Clara is also calling in from Paris. Then we have actually here in person Sandra Bartelt, who is the Principal Advisor for the G7 and G20 Sustainable Development Agendas. That is at the DG INPA European Commission and is of course located here in Brussels. And finally, we have Anas Al-Nabulsi, who is Chairperson of the Committee on World Food Security at the CFS in Rome, also joining us virtually. So thank you very much for joining us all today, and we can really look forward to what you have to say. Jim, over to you.
Thank you, Bruce. Good afternoon, panellists. We've probably got a bit of a challenge here at this stage on a Friday afternoon to keep everybody entertained, but we'll do our best. I want to give each of you some time to just talk about your specific areas, but I'm wondering before we do that, just to kick things off, whether I could ask each of you in not much more than a minute to just share with us something that has encouraged you about what's going on in the international arena at the moment, whether it's across the G7, G20, CFS or COP. Something you've seen this year that you say, oh, that's encouraging, that gives me hope of where we're trying to move this agenda. Sandra, maybe I can start with you, given that you're here with us.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, good morning to Ottawa. So a bit sorry that I'm all on my own. So my co-panelists are online only, but I see you. And thank you for the invitation. I see that you already had a very rich discussion today. And I don't know what else I can still tell you from my perspective. You are much more aware of the multiple crises that are affecting the food systems today globally. And therefore, I thought I would be commenting from the perspective of my position as advisor on the G7, G20 Sustainable Development Agendas. And I'm also representing the EU on the board of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. So, and from this perspective, I have 3 comments to open the discussion. So first of all, 2025 has been a very difficult year geopolitically. Both presidencies had G20 South Africa and G7 Canada had difficulties in operating in this difficult context. Nevertheless, it was very positive to see that the South African presidency, they kept food security high on the agenda, like the 2 preceding G20 presidencies, Brazil and India, and they had a dedicated high-level task force on food security that also gained its way into the final summit outcome declaration. So that was very positive. For the Canadians, and I think we will hear more from Nikita as well, here that was the Food Systems Working Group, an important pillar of the development track, and also coming out with important comments and observations on the food systems agenda following the Italian presidency that has brought that up first. So, and then in this context, my second observation, under the Canadian presidency, there was a report launched on the financing of agri-food systems, and it is very positive to see that the G7 donors, representing 73% of the whole funding into the system. And what we could also observe is that there is not only the traditional donors, but we also see that multilateral development banks are chipping in. We have seen the World Bank coming together with other regional banks and IFAD to have this AgriConnect initiative launched at the annual meetings as well. Seeing agricultural sector also from the perspective of job creation. So I think that was also a very interesting new trend that the multilateral development banks want to come together and be more efficient in this way. So that was my second observation, but we should also not expect more for 2025 because we have seen sharp funding cuts that will also affect the sector. So then the third observation is related to the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. It was launched under the Brazilian G20 presidency, and now in 2025 it gained traction. We identified fast-track countries for the implementation, and they were announced at the first global leaders meeting in Doha in November. What is good about the Global Alliance, and what I really like, is that you bring together a set of actors, and countries are committing to implement reforms, and then there is a matchmaking mechanism to see where we can bring in more funding, more knowledge, to pull these policies off. So I think that is very positive, and probably also in the future to be watched to see whether we can have more a broader donor base and a more innovative system to bring everybody around the table at the multilateral level. Now, regarding the outlook to 2026, shall I already comment that?
Let's maybe hold that, and we'll go around, and then we'll come back to that. But I mean, you've been very generous there and offered us 3 very areas of good encouragement. Nikita, can I come to you? What are you feeling encouraged about at this time on a Friday afternoon and getting close to the end of the year?
Yeah, thanks, Jim, and hello to everyone. Really pleased to be here, and apologies I can't be there in person. I mean, I think you framed it right. 2025 has been challenging, and you know, it's not beat around the bush. There's no doubt that the quantity, the quality, the pulse, the energy behind development dialogue has been lower this year. But I don't think it's all doom and gloom, right? I think one important observation is to note that nothing has been explicitly ended, shut down, or killed off. And across many of the events that me and my
sorry, we just had
you're not hearing
an
me?
unmuted call. Just go ahead, Nikita.
Yeah, so across all the events that my team's been participating in, and the donor discussions, including within the G7 Food Systems Working Group, everywhere we're at, we're hearing partners intent to discuss and on a variety of issues, right? And for Canada, nothing's fallen off the table in terms of our interest to work on, and we're still trying to consider the breadth of issues under food systems. So food security remains relevant, nutrition remains relevant, climate smart agriculture remains relevant. We are thinking about resilience, and we are thinking about trade, and even like depending on the context and the partner, we're still brought into very small and sometimes bilateral discussions with one other donor on kind of very specific issues. So we're still talking about sargassum seaweed into fertilizer value chains, or antimicrobial resistance, or vegetable diversity, or multiple micronutrient supplementation, right? The issues are still there. For Canada, I think like with other partners, we are rebasing ourselves, new budgets, but I don't think we've actually explicitly aimed to stop work. And I believe that's kind of similar across many donors, that there's still this strong commitment to address a wide range of issues. So overall for me, continuity is the silver lining, right? Because it signals resilience and commitment to rural development, despite all these fiscal pressures and turbulent political times.
Great, thanks, Nikita. So good to hear about that commitment to keep working with. Anas, maybe I can come to you, and nice to see you online. We were together on the plane after you'd been elected chairperson, so that was perhaps one thing that encourages you. But beside that, what's encouraging you about the global environment at the moment around food issues?
Yes, thank you, Jim, for this opportunity, and thank you for the invitation. And I think despite the challenges that we face in 2025, I think it was also a busy year for food systems and food security and nutrition within multilateral governance. And from CFS perspectives, what is encouraging is that we are seeing high level of commitment to coordination across forums and initiatives also. And if you recall in the CFS 53 plenary, we had a satellite session in October focused on keeping food security and nutrition high on the global agenda across the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, the G20, the G7, and also the G7. Discussion in food security and nutrition across these different fora, I think, must be integrated and coordinated probably to avoid duplication of our work and to have the greatest impact also. I think there was also an incredible strong energy in the room during the satellite session in October, showing such a clear political will to work better and more collaboratively together with all the stakeholders. And the nature of the CFS, like contain, it has a wide range of stakeholders from member states to civil society to private mechanisms and also all the United Nations agency. So to do so, the CFS support coordination across global initiative by providing the platform for different stakeholders to update and learn from each other, which helps find areas of complementarity, avoid duplication also, and track progress against the commitments made. So we all know that we are doing more with less in the current shrinkage funding environment. The outcomes of our satellite session precisely show that in such cases of restricted budget and complex geopolitical, multilateral and multi-stakeholder coordination is not less but more essential than ever. Right. So I think a more complex geopolitical environment requires further and stronger collaboration and actions to avoid duplication of the efforts and work in the best efficient way of the resources available.
Fantastic. Look, thank you, Anas. We'll come back to you to hear some more detail about CFS priorities. But again, you're feeling encouraged that the agri-food agenda is still on the global agenda. Clara, can I come to you? What are you feeling encouraged about?
Yeah, thank you very much, Jim. Yes, as the other persons in this roundtable, I see also some signs, positive signs in 2025, as the willing of the international of the international community to continue to speak and to push our exchanges on these issues. And maybe I will target the example of the Nutrition for Growth Summit that we held in Paris as a positive issue, because even though if there was a very complicated context at that time, we were in March 2025, we managed to have a very encouraging total of $30.5 billion of engagements, of financial engagements, and more than around 600 political engagements, which is quite a record for this summits. And it reveals that still, even if the situation is not favorable, there is still an imperative of pushing food security and nutrition on the international agenda.
Thank you, Clara. So, I think the general sense there is that we are working in an environment where the food security, agriculture issues are on the agenda, despite some challenging headwinds in investing as much in that as we would like. Nikita, maybe I can come back to you, having just finished the G7 presidency. Have you got some thoughts from your experience with that about how you can ensure continuity across this agenda with rotating presidencies?
Yes, thanks, Jim. So this is a common challenge, I think, to any donor dialogue, right? Is how do you keep attention to all these different priorities that emerge each year, and it can kind of make it difficult to kind of keep that momentum going. And so, maybe 2 points to suggest. The first is about the kind of the policy priority, right? And I think we have to recognize that in the context of the past 10 years, 2015 to 2022, 23 era, there was an increasing ODA across many of our institutions. And I think that translated to an increasing ability and capacity, basically greater degrees of freedom, for us to always engage and consider new and additional policy areas and new spaces and new coalitions to engage on. However, I think in the current context, we're all expected to do the same with less or more with less. We need to reflect on what are we always convening about, right? And I think the substance of conversation does not always need to be about new and additional policy areas, but can also be about, the how we work on these issues. And so fostering dialogue on the tools, the evidence, the capacities and the partnerships that we're using to kind of advance and add quality to our investments, I think is really important, and can be just as impactful, right, as kind of raising a new issue each year. So the continuity and theme is important, but improving the systems and investments that we're working on, I think, helps to ensure kind of that efficiency, duplication, and kind of maximize impact. The second point, I think, is more about the duration to kind of maintain a discussion on. In the G7 this year, when we convened the G7 Food Systems Working Group, we faced a really turbulent environment, and identifying a convening topic was a challenge. One important focus was on reporting, and so the accountability and transparency of reporting, and we worked, building on the Italian presidency of 2024, we published a new G7 financial report on agri-food systems. And this was a new report that provides a much more clearer, more accurate, transparent view of G7 investments. It was a long process. And the report, one of the things was the first public document to kind of establish a consensus definition on financing. But the reason I raise this is in this report, we also introduced rolling indicators that provide an opportunity for G7 to talk about and present in more qualitative detail the activities and the investments they're doing on recent priorities of the past 3 years. But with each iteration of the report, the indicator kind of rolls on. And so the current focus of a year will be maintained for about 3 years, and then we sunset all the older commitments. And so this approach allows us to keep a bit more of a narrow attention, donor attention to priority issues of the past 3 years. And that's one way, or what we've created as a process to be leveraged by the G7 president of the day to kind of continue attention on that issue for 3 years, and then always kind of keep things fresh and relevant. And so, we'll be hearing from France, I think, about how they can keep their issues, put forward issues in 2026 to be relevant for a number of years. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Nikita. And I think that does bring us to you, Clara. And I realise it's perhaps early days to put you on the spot about priorities for France, but maybe you can give us some hints of where you think priorities might be and perhaps how you can respond to some of the issues that Nikita was just raising about continuity.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, this is a very good opportunity, and I thank you to raise the priorities France is willing to push during its G7 presidency. Thank you very much. So first of all, I will say some words more general about the G7 and then to come back to the food security issue. So the first thing is that the France will host the summit in Evian on the 14th to the 16th of June 2026. At a very delicate moment, of course, that we are all witnessing this fragmentation of the rules-based international order built after the World War II, with the growing geopolitical and economic tensions. In this context, France proposes to address during its presidency the major global imbalances affecting the G7 and its partners, and responsible of increasing trade and geopolitical tensions. We believe that the G7's relevance lies in the treatment of such topics to foster coordination between the largest economies. There will be a specific focus on macroeconomic imbalances. The first priority will be to work on an orderly unwinding of global macroeconomic imbalances, which already fuel trade and geoeconomic tensions and bear major risks for our economies, financial instability, disorderly unwinding leading to an all-out trade war. We are living in a world where the three largest economic zones, China, the US and the EU, are generating imbalances that affect us all, namely the consumption supported by an excessive public deficit in the US, a lack of public investment in the EU, and the excessive savings and a model focused on investments and export-oriented overcapacity in China. We have a collective interest in working together for shared economic prosperity. Instead of responding through a lose-lose tit-for-tat succession of additional barriers, a strategic view of a coordination of macroeconomic policies would be beneficial to all. The French G7 presidency will aim at reaching a common understanding of and acknowledgement of shared responsibility for these imbalances, of fostering national policy commitments and investment flows between economic areas, contributing to their orderly reduction, and establishing a cooperative multilateral monitoring framework for these commitments, building on the IMF's work and role. The second priority will be to respond to the impasse of traditional development aid and to modernize the international aid architecture to better address global challenges. The global landscape of development has evolved. We need to capture all financial flows contributing to development. We need to optimize the impact of concessional resources and better mobilize private capital while focusing on the most vulnerable countries and populations. The G7 presidency will be an opportunity to discuss renewed foundations for building international partnerships rooted in solidarity, oriented towards sustainable development, and designed to deliver shared prosperity. We are convinced that the G7, in order to give results and remain ambitious, should closely associate emerging countries to its endeavors. Some of the main emerging countries, notably China, are part and parcel of the issue of global imbalances. Therefore, they must be part of the solution. Our goal is to associate these countries to our G7 at the Evian Summit and before to ensure this association has an added value. We know that some topics are not suitable for discussion in an enlarged G7 format, particularly geopolitical or trade topics. A separate G7 agenda will also be defined, thus preserving an essential space for dialogue and consultation among the members. In terms of format, we intend to organize a limited number of ministerial tracks: foreign affairs, interior, finance, trade, development, digital, environment. We will organize the summit in such a way that it allows for frank and open discussions between leaders on all these issues in the spirit of the original G7. Our goal is also to bring everyone on board, which means also allowing civil society to be part of the solution. As representatives of a diverse global civil society, the engagement groups will be closely associated with France's G7 presidency, reflecting the challenges our societies face. Finally, we will work to ensure consistency between our presidency and those of the G20 and BRICS, which will be led by our American and Indian partners. Even if our priorities differ, we will endeavor to ensure that they complete each another. More precisely, on the organization of the Food Systems Working Group in 2026, first, we would like to thank Canada for all the work carried out in 2025 in a challenging political context. The discussions initiated under the Canadian presidency on the evolution of our respective priorities and official development assistance in the area of food security have fueled our reflections on the group's deliverables for 2026. Next year, the issues of food security and nutrition will continue to be dealt with inside the development track through the Food Security Working Group. The details on the working group's agenda are still being validated, but it will cover the following key issues: combating malnutrition on the follow-up of the N4G summit, promoting school feeding through the accelerator of the School Meals Coalition, and the mobilization of diaspora funds for rural development. To work on these deliverables, We will closely involve international organizations, in particular FAO, WFP, and IFAD. In the context of challenged multilateralism and a cruel lack of consensus within the G7, France's priority is to work on issues of common interest in the field of food security and nutrition, where we can achieve real collective progress. The idea will be to deepen existing initiatives and not to create new objects in order to avoid duplication and the dispersal of funds as much as possible. So this is, for the moment, where we are going with our G7, but it's still work on progress.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you so much, Clara. I mean, that was a very, very clear outline and some very clear heads up to, I think, people in this room about where the G7 will be going. And I think a good deal of optimism there about the space for keeping the food systems agenda very much alive during your presidency. And I think you've probably been listening carefully all day, because there's been a lot of discussion about not setting up a whole lot of new initiatives, but building on existing ones and strengthening those. So that's also a welcome comment from your side. Sandra, can I turn to you from a European Commission perspective? How do you see the G7 and the G20 could best add value to the food systems agenda?
Yes, so what we see for, let's start with the G20. So the US, they have already taken up the G20 presidency for the 1st of December. And what we know so far, that their priorities are around economic prosperity and trade, energy abundance and innovation and technology, plus the finance track. And we do not have a lot of information yet, and therefore it is unclear how this could benefit also the topics of food security. So even though it is not explicitly addressed, and there is also not a confirmation that there will be a dedicated development track, neither at the ministerial nor at the working group level, it is nevertheless not excluded that there are elements feeding into the food systems agenda, for instance, like trade, but also specific elements under the finance track when they continue working on debt. So these could be elements that could feed into it. Then afterwards, well, we are then waiting for the UK G20 presidency to make the bridge and to land and reinvigorate again the development track and to take it from there. So that's on the G20 side. Now, Clara, she already made this overview, and thanks a lot for the G7. From the development perspective overall, and now looking a bit beyond the food systems working group, I would even say that in view of the fact that we are now also dealing more with innovative financing systems, infrastructure is also on our agenda, private sector mobilization. So if we want to keep it relevant, we should also consider how these agri-food systems, financing of agri-food systems could be integrated into the infrastructure financing and partnerships for prosperity. I give an example, the Lobito corridor, where we are not only working on rail and road, but we are also working on economic ecosystems and the agri-food chains around that in the 3 countries that are involved. So as an example, and I think it can be very relevant also in this respect. In addition, and Clara was mentioning it, there's also the issue of the fragmented development system, where the French presidency wants to see how can we maybe give some impulses with our coordinated action and accelerate reforms. So, and here we have the case in point, we have the UN at 80 reform agenda, plus the Rome-based agencies. So how can the food systems governance be reformed to deliver more efficiently and to be more streamlined? So this could also be something where it can be addressed, even though it's not really explicit. Now, I think overall it's safe to say that in 2026, 2027, we will not see a reversal of the trend of shrinking budgets. That means that overall what will remain very important is the broadening of the donor base, domestic resource mobilization, and also innovative financial systems and private sector mobilization in whatever form and forum it can be addressed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Sandra. So, Anas, if I can turn to you now. Could you share with us what you would see as some of the priorities for the CFS over the 26-27 period? You know, and across perhaps the different mechanisms, the high-level panel, as well as the CFS itself and the civil society and the business mechanism.
Yes, thank you, Jim, for this. I think the priority of CFS are the priorities of our stakeholders, which were just reaffirmed in the mid-term review of the multi-year program of the committee 2024-2027. And a few priorities I can highlight in our plan for the work 2026, that on this Monday we had a bureau meetings with the members, and we confirmed our focus in the area of the inclusive multi-stakeholder dialogues under collaborative governance work stream. And we'll cover two topics this year, which will be the affordability of healthy and nutritious diet. And the second one will address gaps in access to information and data for food security and nutrition. And I think these two topics are in the core of the food system also, or the drivers for the change of the food systems. So I think these dialogues will show the added value of the multi-stakeholders platforms such as the CFS, where we can have an open discussion on sensitive topics without the necessity to find consensus, and where we can bring in other relevant governing bodies and agencies. Another priority area of work for us is the uptake of CFS policy products. And CFS policy products represents high-level, consensus-based and multi-stakeholder commitment. So investing in their implementation is crucial to take the next step and support stronger food security policy at the national level context. Also, I reaffirmed you that the priorities of the CFS are grouped in evidence, and thanks to the work of the high-level panel of experts, in the 2026 interstitial period, the high-level panel experts will develop a note on critical, enduring and emerging issues for food security and nutrition. And this process is done every 4 years and helps the committee respond to emerging crises, challenges, and opportunity. To conclude, our priorities next year include the policy convergence process for building resilient food systems also, which will result in a set of actions-oriented strategies for government to embed more resilience into their food system policy making, as well as increasing activities under our uptake work stream and holding two collaborative governance dialogue on affordability, a healthy diet, and information and data. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you very much. Again, a very useful summary of priorities for the CFS. Let me open up to anybody online or in the room if you'd like to make comments or questions around the broader multilateral agenda. And while you're thinking up your questions or your comments, if I could maybe pick up a point you made, Sandra, which was how could you link the food agenda into the infrastructure agenda, but I think that speaks to a broader issue we've been talking about all day, which is how do we make sure that the food and agriculture agenda is connected to a whole lot of other agendas, whether it's employment, whether it's climate, whether it's migration. So I'm wondering, Clara, if you could give us any thoughts about how you think the food players could actually be making it easier for you to integrate that agenda into other agendas during the G7 work?
Thank you, Jim. Yes, in fact, we see food systems as a platform for constructive multilateralism amid the wider geopolitical polarization, because they transcend the national interests, as every country depends on food security, on stable agriculture markets, resilient supply chains, access to water, qualitative fertilizers and seeds. So we see it really as a very transversal issue, because it is related also with the impact of climate change. It also is affected by pests and diseases, by soil degradation, price volatility. So, moreover, food supply chains are globally interconnected. And this is one of the points that really interconnects different issues between today's crisis we are living. Also, we see food systems related with the humanitarian interventions to prevent famine, to reduce malnutrition, to support smallholder farmers, especially women and youth, which is a necessity. So these discussions must be framed around shared prosperity, emphasizing mutual gains, efficiency improvements, market stability, and resilience of global value chains. We also think it's connected and with the work of the G20 on food security, on the Food Security Task Force under the South African presidency, with the adoption by 19 states of the communique, which proved that food security and nutrition are above geopolitical tensions. And this is also for us an issue of relying again also with the work that was done by the G20 Brazilian presidency on the Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, which means that in fact food security is really connected to so many other issues, and we need to have this conversation and take it into account on our own reflections and goals to come.
Thank you, Clara, and I think very interesting for all of us in this room to hear how strongly you are making that point about linking the food systems in agenda into other agendas. I mean, Nikita, do you have any reflections from your presidency experience about how to try and connect the food systems narrative into other narratives and other issues?
Yeah, thanks. I think I'll have comments very similar to Clara. You know, I mean, first off, strong believer in food systems as kind of that area of constructive multilateralism, and that's kind of why we started positioning the food systems discussion at G7 a bit broader than food security, but under food systems, because they're inherently cross-cutting, and you know, many of our investments will deliver on kind of that broad number of environmental and development objectives, and it just touches into health and education and climate and trade and the themes of that are relevant across our governments. You know, as I mentioned previously, I think, you know, really convinced we're seeing a process and an intent for improved global collaboration. It might not seem like it, but I think we all have an intent, and I think having these kind of convenings like the Global Donor Platform is having today illustrates that very well. And I hear from donors and partners, you know, on the need for better coordination, but we're still not, I think, having that formula down pat, right? Some great structures exist and have existed in the past. The agriculture donor working groups at country level. I think they still serve a purpose, but unsure whether they're the most effective, and they don't necessarily really capture the full range of food systems investments that we want to coordinate with, right? The loans, the impact investors, the other kind of food-related ministries. And I mean, that said, I think coordination is still going to happen at country level, where the identity of a food system exists, very, very clearly and not kind of in common across. But I think the thematic substance needs to be kind of driven from the headquarters in that global dialogue and through fora like Global Donor Platform. And so the question is, what is that issue that's going to drive global discussions? And I think looking ahead at the pulse of global political interest, I think there'll be lots of space for collaboration around agri-food trade, right? The issues of tariffs and trade diversification and resilient supply chains. These are all issues of high political interest. And so I think agri-food trade will be an important, priority issue in the near term. And why not? I think the exchange of food, trade of food between communities has really been at the core of human society for 5,000 years, right? And so I believe we could use this to kind of reimagine renewed ways to strengthen collaboration, not only on development assistance, but even perhaps at broader geopolitical relationships. And so what this means, I think, is that probably the gravity of donor dialogue will need to start moving more towards the world of Geneva, right? The trade institutions. And we'll need to see more agri-food trade language and discussion moving into these other spaces. So more trade into the world of Rome, where there's the ag and food world. More trade into the world of the Rio Conventions on environmental sustainability. More trade into kind of those big finance discussions on WEF and Clara mentioned, infrastructure and economic corridors. And even more trade into the kind of that humanitarian world as well. So to kind of beef up some of that space. So I think that's going to be the direction of travel and how we can leverage, food systems and agri-food trade more effectively across different dialogue spaces. Thanks.
Fantastic, Nikita. Some very interesting ideas. And I've caught out of the corner of my eye, Sandra, you scribbling down a whole lot of notes. So I know you've got some additional ideas to share, and you sort of kicked this debate off about connecting food systems to the wider agenda.
Yes, when Nikita was referring to trade, I think also what we had previously on the agenda was this non-weaponization of food, which would also be there on at the geopolitical level, an important issue that remains relevant because nobody wants to see this high food price inflation anymore, and to ensure the affordability of food. So I think that's very important. And I mean, now you're the specialized food community here, but what I see from my bit broader perspective is there are so many global challenges out there, and food will have to compete with health, with climate. And therefore, it's in a way, it's important to streamline it into other work strands there, not losing the identity, but to see what can be done. And there was also under the G7, there was this initiative of the development finance institutions. It's called the Food Systems Collaborative, where also development finance institutions wanted to come together to see how they can have better pipeline of projects on agri-food, and this to feed it also more into this investment agenda. So this would be my pitch here.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments? And then I'll come back to you, Anis, as well. Leonard, and then here. Why don't we start? Why don't we start there?
Thanks. Yes.
Just introduce yourself if you don't mind.
Yeah, Mark van der Kiezen, Natural Resources Institute, University of Greenwich. Question to Sandra. You said food needs to have to compete with nutrition or health and climate. But I think then something has been lost in translation. Yeah, so they're intimately linked. So maybe we need to do a better job in explaining that food comes first in nutrition.
Leonard?
So thanks a lot, and thanks to both Nikita and Clara and Sandra and the new CFS chair. I think it would be good to maybe focus on some key deliverables where we can consolidate in the next 6 months, because the landscape is already complicated. I know that Lyon will host One Health in April. So One Health should be an important topic. You know as well, those who are in the One Health IFAD, there's a big gap of funding in the One Health. So a question to ask is, how much is the global donor movement going to invest or not invest in One Health? We have a number of animal diseases. The European Union is leading a big battle against the pest Diphoorn as one area. There are others, avian flu, brucellosis, there is African swine fever. We are not entering into the details because this is not the area to enter into the details, but it's in this level of detail that we have to enter. Because we can continue speaking about coordination. The question is, who's going to do it? Especially in the quadripartite, where you have a lot of players out there. You have WHO. So that is, I think, an area where we need to focus a bit in view of the Lyon meeting. Because I think the events are also important to give us guidelines. Otherwise, we come on the eve of Lyon and say, what is the global donor platform or the global donor community going to deliver? And coming to what Nikita said, for us, I think what's coming up, and we're following closely what are the Geneva dynamics on WTO. You know, there is this WTO ministerial coming up in Cameroon, and this is going to be big on food security. And traditionally, we are not very comfortable with food security and trade and investment. Cotton is going to be big. You know also that the Director General of WTO is looking a lot into the food security aspect and the development aspect. So I think trade and investment is going to be important, and I think this is also, I would say those are the two areas where we as Global Donor Platform need to look at closely and see trade as part of the solution, because I still encounter a lot of trade bashing in our constituency of what I call civil society organizations, saying trade should be carved out. Trade is not part of the solution, it's part of the problem. We need to be fully sovereign, meaning fortresses, and that is a recipe for a disaster, especially we knew and we know from a COVID context, trade was part of the solution and not part of the problem.
Thank you, Leonard. Any other comments or questions? Maybe, Anis, I could come back to you. How do you see the CFS can go about making sure that the food systems agenda is connected to other areas of global priority?
Yes, thank you, Jim. I think the CFS agenda is connected to the food system agenda. I think now we are in the process, as I mentioned earlier, in the process of policy convergence for the building resilient food systems. And this will be like an example of multi-stakeholders, cooperative, constructive policy dialogue can take place, even when there is any other emerging issue or polarizing issue. And in the disciplinary also, we adopt the policy recommendations for urban and peri-urban food systems that show that we can still find consensus and complex, wide-range topics to be present on the table. So I think by having these two topics this year, which is the policy convergence of food building for resilient food systems and the urban and very urban food systems, I think it is connected well with the agenda of food systems. And I think we can build on these two policies to the donor platforms, like to invest more in these policies convergence in order to tackle the food security issues and malnutrition. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, we've had a series of very sharp and to the point presentations, I think, that have really given us a really good framing of what's coming down the pipeline on these issues. So I'm wondering whether what we should do is just have a quick wrap up with a final reflections from each of our panellists, and then we can move on to the closing session of today's event. So maybe I can come back to you, Sandra. What are some closing comments you'd like to leave our audience to go away with today?
Still wanted to reply to the question. Don't get me wrong, of course they are connected, and what we have seen at the COP30 was the Belém Declaration, where I think is a very good step forward as well, that connects climate with hunger and social protection. So, but what I wanted to say was there is not enough funding, and then you're competing, because when it goes to pledging conferences, in the end, there is only a limited amount, and there are also other lobbies out there. So this is what I wanted to say. And to close it and to say also the positive examples that we can already see. Clara was referring to it with the Nutrition for Growth Summit. Here, the European Union also pledged 3.4 billion for the period 2024 to 2027. That means we will remain engaged and committed. We will remain a reliable partner to the multilateral system, and trying to be active in reforming and making it more efficient and inclusive, also concerning the UN development system with the Rome-based agencies here. So we try to also steer it so that it is just not crumbling in view of the lack of funding, but to give it direction. And I see the 2026 year as might become a bit of a bridging year. There is a lot of responsibility on the French G7 presidency, because it might have to address topics under the development track that will not be picked up by the US G20 presidency. So in a way, it will also be a bridging year towards then the G20 under the UK, and we probably see also accelerating trends, I would say. So in the development system, which is in transition, that might even accelerate further.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Nikita, any final reflections from your side?
Yeah, maybe I'll just keep this short. I mean, I think, as Sandra said, like 2026, I think is going to be this rebasing year of international assistance. But again, the positive piece is that we're not ending things, we're not shutting down things. I think there's still this commitment to coordinate. We have to reimagine what that coordination looks like, reimagine what those discussions look like. I think GDPRD is primed to kind of have a leadership role in that. It does seem like a year with fewer big events, and maybe that's a good thing. Maybe the pulse of donor dialogue, of partner discussions and policy dialogue needs to happen at more regional level, and maybe that's where things can go. As I mentioned before, I think we must absolutely re-engage and strengthen our engagement in the world of trade. You know, I think increasingly we're seeing the vocabulary and the red lines from the trade world kind of creating challenges and roadblocks in negotiations, the G20 and COP. And so definitely need to work more with that world of Geneva, and really picked up on some of Leonard's points about the WTO ministerial and some of those parts, and having a much more stronger dialogue with our civil society organizations is I think incumbent upon all of us as well.
Thank you, Nikita.
Thank you.
Hannes, any final reflections from your side?
Yes, to be turning the commitment into action, I think, and turning recommendations into policy shifts is a very high priority for my tenure as a CFS chair also. And here I would like to highlight two examples of our collaboration that that have seen CFS policy recommendation turn into implementation. The first one, which is the recommendation on agroecology, which had been adopted by the East African Legislative Assembly, and the second one, which is the urban and peri-urban food system recommendation, where reference point for work with the Milan urban foods policy practice. Also, I would like here to conclude reaffirming that CFS is ready and committed to working closely with the UN Food System Coordination Hub, the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, the donor platform, and any other global and regional initiative that share our vision of world free from hunger and poverty. We have the tools, and we need bringing high-level political commitments to national policymakers making structures to join our common efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannes. And Clara, given that you're wearing the G7 crown, we'll give you the last word.
Thank you very much, Jim. And maybe also I would like to thank Leonard, Mizzi, by referring to the presidential summit on One Else that France will also organize next year on the 7th of April in Lyon, which is also an example of a subject that needs to build bridges and to break silos, just a little bit about what we were referring earlier. And in, of course, 2026 for us and behind maybe also, we need that really there is a strong need for more cooperation in the multilateral processes, but also more concretely on the ground, as also Leonard was mentioning. We need also to really work on concrete subjects and concrete solutions. So it's very important to have these discussions, to understand priorities from each other, to identify where we can collaborate, and then we need to also go to the concrete ground and collaborate also on very concrete issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Clara. And I think that was also a nice reminder of, we did have some very in-depth discussions this morning about the on-ground details of financing food systems. So I think this has been a very nice way to finish the day of looking about how that can feed up into the multilateral agenda. Look, thank you, all four of you, for a great insight into what's happening over the next couple of years on the multilateral agenda. I think it's been very clear that despite living in turbulent and difficult times, there are very important things to be done, and some very important things can be done through these multilateral mechanisms. So thank you for joining us. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
So this brings us very close to the end. I think maybe we can invite Maurizio and our two co-chairs to maybe come and sit up the front here, shall we, to wrap up the day? Thank you very much. Maurizio, you have taken on a very bold challenge of sort of trying to wrap up some key messages from the day. So over to you.
Yes, I have this very difficult task. Can you hear me? Yeah, very difficult task to summarize the day. Actually, I will give you my key takeaways from the AGA. More than
no, it's not.
Can you hear me now? Yes. So very difficult task to close the AGA with a summary, but actually I will give you my key takeaways, more than a summary, because I mean and the key takeaways are going to be not exhaustive at all, so open also to hear from you if I've missed something important. First and foremost, I'm going to start with a quote from Alexander Mueller's speech this morning. Cutting back on investment for food systems is probably the most expensive way to save money. I think that we owe him, actually, we have to recognize that was a very powerful quote to start the day. So we have to find a way to position ourselves at the center of the political debate and integrate food security into other sectors through diplomacy, and in a way that will need us to reposition ourselves for the coming various frameworks of 2026, which we've heard is going to be a transition year. So we need to do it very strategically, designing agri-food as one of the most powerful tools with one of the highest returns of investments. So this was the first point that I can say I draw from this AGA and the conversations that we've had over the past days. The second point relates to the need for mapping, data and evidence. It clearly emerged across the entire day that we need to be prepared to understand what works and what does not work, not only because we have to convince our policymakers, yes, it will be used also for that, but also because we are seeing an emerging need from the donor community to really understand and present convincing cases and examples of good practices that we know work well, and move ahead with a view to better prioritize and to better engage and to better invest. The third point that emerged was the need to make sure change happens at scale. And how are we aligning with other portfolios? And this will take also place through prioritization. And in this context, better coordination is an important component to bring about this scale. Fourth point, I would like to mention something that really interested me during the conversations today, which was actually mentioned by Máximo Torero from FAO, which is the issue of technical de-risking. Sometimes we don't often hear about this, but it is as important as financial de-risking. This is about deploying technology, infrastructure and policy risks. And de-risking information will be central in the future also to help our investors. Making information more reliable will make information itself a particularly important and powerful de-risking tool. Fifth point, the issue that I've heard many, many times here about transactional aid. We've been hearing for the last years that transactional aid is the enemy. No, we should not shy away from engaging in a conversation on transactional aid. We need to look at it, accept it, and not be apologetic about it. This was very powerfully emerging over the rest of the day. Sixth point is about looking at how we unlock opportunities. There was this dialogue from the thematic working groups, especially for young entrepreneurs and women. And it's about trust, understanding priorities, understanding the entry points, and understand that we work in a context that needs to be more risk averse. It doesn't mean going against the credit ratings of DFIs. It means really incorporating the culture of risk better in our development frameworks and our cooperation. And final point, because I've spoken already too much, I think, I feel that overall, to close this AGA, these are a really high level of energy compared to what we have been going through over the last year. I mean, beginning of 2025 was very difficult from all of us. Energy was still there, but we keep it dormant a little bit because everybody was trying to reorient their thinking. So we spent the last years making the case for agri-food systems and ODA, and now we're seeing new initiatives emerge, new resources to be invested. And, we've seen that in the G7, in the G20, the Global Alliance, but also AgriConnect and the Asian Development Bank engaging with 40 billion until 2030. So actually there's kind of an increase in resources. And all these resources and initiatives are encouraging, but they will not have the impact we expect if we do not coordinate. Now more than ever, the time is to coordinate and harmonize, and clearly the platform is here to do just that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, I'm not just going to repeat what Maurizio just said, and therefore I will not quote Alexander again, because that is also, I think, a very quotable quote that I have in my paper here. But fortunately, there were a good number of other quotable quotes we had throughout the day. And paraphrasing some of them, I think this might be an interesting way to at least bring together some of the points we looked at today. We need policies that can be implemented at country level, or agriculture has to be seen as a job engine, and I might add one which is fairly AI resistant. Then stop announcing new initiatives, call a one-year moratorium. Any addendum to an existing initiative should be with at least 3 funders. Don't wait for the dust to settle. Build on what we have, because there might be nothing for it to settle on. We, the young professionals, are the current drivers of food systems. Investing in gender-sensitive financing is not just about women's rights, but about a more fairness for all. It's not about new policy areas, but how we work on the issues. And finally, at a global level, being willing to engage those responsible for imbalances is to become part of the solution. Now, you might not agree with them all, but on the other hand, they're not a cacophony. They are pointing in a clear direction, which I think is something we can take into the coming year. We have, of course, as Maurizio said, been somewhat stunned by 2025, particularly at the beginning. And Alexander, in his keynote speech, basically, he threw down the gauntlet. He said, we have a paradigm shift. We have to present our values. We have to explain what the value is of these values to those who are paying. And we have to take on the monsters. We have to be bold, not risk averse. So in this warning, he has thrown down the gauntlet, but he's also, with his encouragement, we have, with a bit of hesitation, picked it up again. And I think with that, we can say the program for 2025 and previous years was working on the baseline concepts. But for 2026, as we move into the second quarter of the 21st century, it's about working on these concepts and applying them, working on solutions. That means knowing what we know. That means understanding the data we have, improving the data we have, analysing it better, be that with AI or other tools. And one other aspect, we should not forget that food systems or agri-food systems is not just about agriculture. It's about the full process from farm to fork, everything that's involved, be that nutrition, processing, distribution, and many more things, which we need to not forget and keep in context of the systemic complexity that it's taking place in. Of course, that's an impediment for the communication that we're also expected to do, but just to at least bear that element in our minds. Engage with the G7, G20 as we go forward, and use the opportunities at hand. And I would say, just closing, that the GDPRD has everything that it needs to make an impact as a platform, and just it needs engagement and a little bit of financing from your side, and then I would really look forward to what's going to happen in the coming year as Federica and I lay down our co-chairship. Over to you.
Okay, thanks a lot. First of all, I would like to start. Thanks all the speakers, panelists and facilitators for their invaluable contribution today, as well as to you, our participants, for bringing your commitment and passion. We bring with us many important key messages concerning the development cooperation and our sector. So first of all, coordination, innovative finance, the role of development banks, consistencies in cooperation action that maintain resilience and sustainability, risk containment mechanism, engagement of and with the private sector, but also connection with other sectors and concrete solutions. Thanks a lot. And it was a pleasure for me to participate in the annual general meeting as co-chair. And I would like to thank the Global Donor Platform for entrusting me, and I think that I can speak also for Bruce, with this role for this year, though the 2 years, I mean, contributing to the work of this platform, particularly at this strategic and challenge-filled moment. Events such as today have a special value. They build bridge between all those working in the field of development cooperation. It is not just a matter of transferring knowledge or presenting data, but of building a shared vision, and above all, generating practical collaboration and coordination among all of us in order to optimize our effort towards the SDGs goals. With that, I would like to close the event by thanking all the people who have worked on this AGA event. First, my co-chair, Bruce Campbell, then our moderator, Jim Woodville. And of course, I would like to thank the Haga organizer, first the platform secretariat, Maurizio Navarra, Michelle Tang, Monique Amar, Sierra Berardelli, and Alessandro Cordova. But most of all, I would like also to thank the European Commission, who honored us by hosting this event. Leonard Mizzi, Camilla Fusato, Simone Lazzarotto. We are really grateful for the work that has gone in this conference. With that, let me close officially the event. Goodbye, and thank you for the participation.